Wah, wah, wah. Hi, chat. My goodness. I apologize for being a little bit late. I had to do something I forgot about. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Before I do anything else. Before I do anything.
No?
I was trying to get Ponko and Shiki in the shop, but then Shiki moved. And now she's here at my desk. But Ponko has coveted hammock time right now. That Shiki has not tried to take over, because usually Shiki really wants to be in the hammock a lot. And will fight Ponko to take it. So it's interesting that Shiki's kind of letting Ponko have it right now. Is that right, Ponko? Aw, getting the squinty eyes. Aww. No, Shiki, don't eat my peaches. That's not even fair. Alright, you got a little bit of Shiki. Hello everybody. Who do we got in chat? I see we have Chumpy. I see we have Dasterin, Anya, Doric. We got Brandferleg. We got Jonah, David, Shinobu, Toasty. Ophelia's dead. We'll get back to her. So you're Froman, Kentru. Gamma Chris. Paw Striker Nova. I think I got everybody. S Crumps. Hello, hello. You're dialing 999. Yeah, I've never played 999 before. That is going to be today's activity. After I finish yapping, we're going in. So, I do not own the original version. Yeah. Sorry, she can be weird. I do not own the original version, so we're going to be playing the Nonary Games version of it. So I'm hoping that I can, like, get the full experience, you know? Because there's a massive quality of life difference. Yeah, I know nothing about this game, how it functions, but I heard this is a good version. I also heard there was, like, 2 different ways to play it. Like, there's, like, modes or something. I don't know. Does anybody know about that before I get playing? I was asking it the other day, but no one knew. But I thought I heard about it from Skybills when I was talking about playing this initially. Because it's her idea to... This was part of last September. Sky had to pick a game for me to play, and this is what she picked. And I'm finally getting to it. There are 2 different ways to display text. Is there any, like... Is there, like, any major difference, or is it all superficial? Like, am I going to get a worse experience if I choose one over the other? It's kind of what I want to know, basically. I want it to be as good as it possibly can be. So yeah, I'm looking for... suggestions. Hi, Muriel. Oh, yeah, so... SGDQ is quickly approaching. Very fast. And it's gonna enter the busy summer fall period for me, where I'm gonna be going all over the place. I'm gonna get invasive surgeries done, bones replaced, faces remodeled, coliseums happening. Like, yeah, I got. There's gonna be PAX. Is anybody gonna go to PAX West? I will be there. I will be going to PAX West in Seattle. I'm on the hook, officially. So that'll be fun. I've never been. I don't know what I'm gonna do there, other than do camera work, but I don't think we have any, like, on-screen talent portion outside of games. So we don't have any, like, little bits we're gonna be doing where I'm gonna appear on camera or anything. So most likely be in Seattle anyways. And, yeah. My schedule will probably come together after I book flights, which I do not have yet, but soon, TM, I'll have that done. But yeah, I've never gone to PAX because, like, I don't know, like, what sets PAX apart from, like, any other game convention. It seems like it's a game convention. So yeah, I really don't know what's different about it compared to, like, or what's like the selling points of PAX. Cause I always thought, like, PAX and MagWest or MagFest were the same thing, but I don't think they are. They're different. Either way, like, that's all I know about it. Hi, Querno. Thanks for the 18 months. Yeah. But, you know, it's a convention that I don't have to pay to attend. Since I'm working it, I get an exhibitor badge, so I get to feel special and important. The Nonary Games version. I do have a, I do have a 3DS with capture card, but I don't own the game. What's the big differences? Like, is the original just better? They changed the writing? They just redid a script? Yeah, I'm not aware of any writing changes. Okay, gotcha. I mean, okay. I am not married to the idea of playing the Notary games. I have right here a Nintendo 3DS modded with Capture. I would just need to figure out how to hack it. Here, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Which version? If I have to do the DS version, y'all better help me hack my DS. Okay, original DS version. Notary games. All right, let's let that go for 10 minutes. Here, vote in. Again, I don't know. But go make your voice heard. Does anyone know what I need? Real hardware is cool, and if you can do it easily, it's probably preferable. But I played it on PC and love it dearly, so take that for what you will. Yeah. Like again, I have a. I'm hold. Let me get it. I am holding in my hands a Nintendo 3DS, modified with a capture card in it, and a USB-C out directly to PC. I just don't have the video game. So I would need to mod the 3DS in order to do stuff with it. So if anybody can message me on what to do, I would greatly appreciate it, because I can do it. What's the big quality of life differences, if there's a way to not spoil it? Is there like some things that really heck you up? It's a spoiler? Okay. Alright. The quality of life is a spoiler. Yeah. I'm not sure if anybody can send me any resources. In honor of Father's Day, are we supposed to hit you with every dad joke we know? Sure. Let's see, do I have an SD card for this guy? Actually, where does the Nintendo 3DS XL SD card go? I don't see a slot. inside the back plate? Do I have to unscrew it? It's a new Nintendo 3DS XL.
New?
They have a micro SD slot? I don't see it. Oh, I see. Hang on. Remove the battery cover from the system. Okay. I'm gonna go get my toolkit. Here. Sit tight. Oh, Ponko's gone? Here, let's hide. Okay. I should have thought about this beforehand. Alas, I waited till the last minute to do anything. Alright, so we need a pretty small screw head. Let's try this one. A little too big. Try this one. I can't tell if it's coming off. Oh, it feels like it's coming off. Like the screw's kind of stuck. Yeah, I got a 00 Phillips head. Like they're kind of clicking, the screws. It's a captive screw. Oh, I need to use, Okay, insert the nose dies between the system and cover and lift the slightly upward. I'm worried I'm gonna break it. I'm so worried I'm gonna break this. Do not use excessive force. Okay, okay, I got it. Okay, one side's done. Okay, we're good. We're clear. Alright, so inside... Okay, I already have a 32 gigabyte SD card, so that's probably enough. Yeah, it's a new 3DS XL. Yeah, inside there's a 32 gigabyte card. So I'm gonna assume that that's perfectly fine for now. Okay, let me plug in the power supply here really quick. This is fun. Yeah, people want the original DS version. I'm gonna make it happen. Now it should power directly via USB. I think it should power via USB. Let's find out. I don't think these guys generate too much power. Let's tighten the screws really quick. Okay. Oh, unless I need to take the SD card out to do anything with it. But I'm wondering if I can just do it via USB. Oh, I do need to take the SD card out? Alright. So, can someone DM me? Okay, I see. Alright, so let's go here. Says I need to power on my console while holding select. Okay, nothing weird happened. Yo, I see 3D. Okay, all right. So I need to go into settings. I need to find what version I'm on. Okay. I'm gonna write this down. Well, this is gonna be a fun stream. This is gonna be a really fun stream. Alright, that's my version. And then we need to put version 11.2.0. This is very extensive, you confirm. Okay, so I need to download a bunch of stuff. Hasn't even started the game yet, and you're already solving puzzles, right? This is gonna be the test of my 3DS capture card. Thank you, Melly fan. All right, so hang on, I need to download a bunch of shit. Okay, I got everything downloaded. Okay, so now I need to go grab the SD card. Alright, maybe it's not best to do this live, but you know, we're just doing some console repair, okay? We're doing some console repair, some console cleaning. That's all. So don't worry about it. Just cleaning the console out, okay? Alright, I'm now an expert at getting this battery cover off. Alright. I have obtained the SD card. Let's pop it in the computer. Okay. This is fun. This is fun. Also, how is everybody doing today? Did you know the best way to keep someone in suspense? What's the best way to keep someone in suspense? Alright, so we're gonna put this in here. They're gonna put this in here. They're gonna put this in here. Alright, I gotta make a folder. Make sure I spell it right, okay. Alright, then we're gonna go open up this guy. And put you here. Alright. And then I gotta go put... Let's see. Just the bin. Installer.bin. Nothing else. Okay, I think I did it right. Okay, we're going to, hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts, chat. Here we go. We're powering on. Alright, so we need to launch Nintendo 3DS Sound. Whatever the hell that is. Okay, I found it. Oh my god, okay. Hold. Yeah, just okay. If you've never opened Nintendo 3DS Sound before and get tips on how to use it from the front, go through it all. Go through all of the bird tips. Close and reopen. How many tips are there? Okay, so go to SD card. Oh, I see shit. Shit's happening. Shit's happening. Wait, what's this? Enter this sequence like I'm putting in the Konami code. Wait, is it D-pad? Is it circle pad? Is it the buttons? I think it's the D-pad, but it doesn't say. It says just input the sequence. It is D-pad? Okay. Do. Engage. I feel like I am like doing shit in a movie right now. Yeah, I didn't know 9999. All right, I think we're good. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna go save and exit. Okay, so now you need to install some shit. Yeah. I'm a professional scientist. I can read instructions. All right, so we're gonna power down. It'd be nice if I could transfer stuff to this via the USB-C versus unhooking it anytime I want to change the load. But all right, so we're gonna pop this in because all this stuff I need to do on the next page critical. I'm guessing it is. But let's the 3DS power. Well, I'm not doing the 3DS power cable. I have a modded 3DS that connects via USB-C to the capture card. Yeah, so it's all powered through the USB-C cable. That sends all the video out. All right, well, we'll figure it out. Okay. All right, copy this to the root. Open this. Okay, so we got that. Now we're gonna go Put the SD card back. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the battery cover off until this is all done. You know, I didn't plan on doing this today, I'll say. This is... this is, yeah, it's something I've been needing to do, but yeah. Alright, so I gotta go to System Settings, and... Goodbye, Ophelia. So update your console by going to System Settings, Other Settings, and going all the way to the right and click System Update. Okay. Wait, does it need to connect to the internet? Okay, we gotta go connect to the internet. Alright, let's do it. I've never done it with my new network. Yeah. I'm just following the instructions that you linked me, Zoe. Also, Chris, are you still here? Yeah, Chris. So I do need a car wash. Are y'all still open? Are you still open for business? To use the stylus here to frickin' type it in. Well, I'm putting in my password. This is good music for this. Got to see you when we can schedule you in. Okay, sounds good. It's very good. It's good art. I love like collab art with like a whole bunch of people in it. It's so fun. All right, we're installing a system update. God, Digi's pose kills me in that. Oh my god, it's so funny. Was that your idea, or did like the artist just like, hey, here, take these and have fun? It's really good. It's really funny. All right, the system's updating. Looks like it's gonna take a hot minute, so let's chat. You may have made some suggestions. Chill and calculating music improves chances of success. Successful console mod. That's why I listen. Oh! Good news. So I have a Famicom AV. This is going to be a fun project. And I've been trying to find somebody to mod it, and like everybody I've emailed to RGB mod my Famicom AV just never gets back to me. However, at GDQ, World 9's there, and I asked them, because they repaired my Final Fantasy V cartridge, I asked them, do you do console mods? And they do, so I'm going to bring my Famicom AV and the mod kit to SGDQ, and they're going to mod it for me. You accidentally signed up to have World 9 mod your GameCube? Wait, you have to sign up in advance? If you have to sign up in advance, I'm hecked. I was just gonna take it there and have him do it. Yeah, I got the console right here. It's in good condition. I actually picked up this in Japan for a pretty decent price. But yeah, I don't know how long it takes, so I'm gonna bring it to them. Cause I doubt they do many console mods every event, but yeah. Maybe I can show them my staff badge and say, hey, I need this. But I did talk to them last event about it, and they said they would do it. So I am going to bring it up. All right, we're halfway done on the update. Halfway done. How's everybody's weekend going? I've had a nice lazy Sunday where I slept in till 10 a.m. I slept in late today. And I'm going to feed Shiki a midnight snack, because you can't eat after midnight. I'm going to give her a midnight snack of a churu before her vet visit tomorrow. Because she's going to be at the vet all day. She's got to get a blood test done. She's got to get anesthesia. And so I'm going to give her a little treat since she can't have breakfast in the morning. And, yeah, she's going to hate it, but it's for her own good. Yeah, poor Shiki. It's just a dental cleaning. She has some gingivitis. So she needs to get her teeth cleaned. It's gonna cost an arm and a leg, but Shiki's worth it. The kitties are worth it. Yeah. Alright, system update's complete. The system will now be restarted. Okay. Alright. Okay, so system's updated. Let's continue the steps. Left shoulder, D-pad down, select. Okay, so that brings up the menu. Miscellaneous options. Select dump DSP firmware. Okay. Okay, continue. Select nullify user time offset. Okay, I did that. It did not change the time on my thingy. Hi, Grimry. Alright, so now we're going to power off the console. Alright, then hold X. Power up. This will launch the finalizing setup helper. If you boot on the home menu, your payloads folder maybe, yeah? Wait, this is just the set, yeah. I think I didn't do it right. Let me try rebooting it. I need to hold it longer. Keep the power button held or keep the X button held? Oh wait, there it goes. Okay. Finalizing setup helper script. Okay, it's going, it's going, it's going, it's going. Alright, making backup. Alright, we're setting the time to 2026. It's set to 2011. 6, 21, and then it is 15, 01. I'm gonna change it to 02 because it's about to change to 02. Let's sync it exactly. Show me the actual clock. Where's the timer, Dan? I want to see the exact time. Down to the second. Windows, why are you since when does Windows hide the seconds on the timer? Like, Windows does, like, what the heck is this? Yeah, it's literally nowhere easily found. Okay, well, let's go to the internet. Current time. Timeanddate.com. Okay, there we go.
No?
Alright, it's done. Oh my god, it's done. It's done. Okay, so the time is set. We got 30 gigabytes in the SD card. Alright, so we see a bunch of drives. Let's do scripts. Select finalize. People are so freaking smart. Unlock NAND. Alright, it's going. Yeah. Like, the modding community really, like, computers are so fascinating, and I could barely get software to work, let alone, like, going into an existing system and finding ways around it. Like it's truly fascinating. All right, okay. It's gonna take a couple minutes, so I gotta yap more. You are literally. I do not consider myself a rocket scientist. I work on rockets and space stuff, but I don't consider myself a rocket scientist. I don't think that makes me inherently smart or anything. I think more people can do this than you think. I don't think you need to be born smart or whatever to do what I do. Like a lot of it is quite logical. It's like if you can you do problem solving skills? Like yeah, and I've seen people who are outperformed by high school interns. So like I am fully confident that with a little bit of dedicated training, you can do what I do. Would you classify your profession as a scientist that works on rockets? No, I'm not a scientist. I am an engineer. Now, I know I guess the common term is like, oh, aerospace engineers are called... That's what I'm an aerospace engineer. That is what my degree is in. And my highest degree is in. And that is the stuff I work on. But... engineering, it like incorporates science, but I think is very different than science. Like a scientist. Like we do tests, we analyze results, we do stuff, but like ultimately, like we're making something real and doing something that has to work, that has budgets, that has profit margins, all the bullshit. So sometimes we need to make compromises and do stuff and it's like so engineers, like not everything is like solved. Sometimes you gotta fudge it a little bit and throw in some margin to cover you for extreme cases, and then you just go test something and make sure it works before you throw it up into space. But, yeah, I think a lot of people, like, I don't think romanticize is the right word, kind of think highly of rocket scientists and all of that. But I assure you, and you've heard me rant about work, especially recently, it's got the same bullshit as I'm sure any other industry has. It's just, there's a little bit more visibility on the projects I work on compared to most is a big thing. Yeah. It's a matter of interest and effort, not being born with a fantastic brain. Yeah, there are thousands of engineers that work on rockets. So not everybody is going to be a super anime genius, that knows everything about everything, And it's like I have a very narrow discipline. So like I am familiar with how all aspects of a rocket work, how they all come together, how they function. But in terms of where I am the expert, it's a very narrow, very thin slice of that whole pie is where like I am the expert. And there's hundreds of other people that it takes to... I don't think there's one person who truly knows every single aspect of everything. You can't. It's just too much. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on the matter. I have not read Ignition. I've read some books. I've read Angle of Attack. That's a good one. The Right Stuff, of course. It's an all-time classic. Shiki is invading my space, my workbench. Hi, Shiki. You're gonna get hair inside my 3DS, girl. You're gonna get hair in there. Meow, meow. Do you have the... yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I do. Alright, I think we're done. Setup success. Alright. I think I just powered down my console. Alright. We're popping the SD card back in. Alright, we're gonna make a backup folder. Probably a good idea, so I don't brick console, you know, that type of thing. We're almost done, we're almost done. I'm gonna make a new folder, 3DS backup. Thanks for being patient, everybody. Again, I didn't expect to do this. So. Meow. Meow, Ponko. Ponko, meowing. We're gonna copy the backups folder. Alright, that's done. Alright, so I guess we're good to go. So now I need to figure out how to put a game on here. Yeah, alright, Quernob, I trust you. I have something, I just need to know where to put it. The guide is done. I should be set. Oh, do I need to plot my SD card back in? I think so, probably because all the stuff is on here. You know. Alright, SD card's back in. Booting up. Your 3DS now needs that SD card at all times. Okay, hopefully I never run out of space, but 32 gigs should be enough. We're launching. New software has been added. Alright, there's presents. I'm gonna open them. FBI, open up. Okay, yeah, I see Universal Updater. I'm launching. Alright, it's downloading. Alright, it said relaunch Universal Updater. So I'm going back in, updating sprite sheet 1 of 1. Okay, it's doing some shit. Okay. Yeah, I see a bunch of shit on here. Yeah, I see a search button on the bottom screen. Yeah, okay, so I got a search button. What am I doing on the search button? Twilight menu. I'm putting a lot of trust in y'all. Okay, yeah, I see it. Alright, we're putting it on. It's, So there's a whole bunch of add-ons. Do I just need the basic? Don't need the add-ons? Okay. Alright, it's downloading. This is fun. The fact that it just works is kind of crazy. I'm glad I finally get to use this thing. I do have a pretty sizable DS library, including some rare games like vtuberEN Odyssey and vtuberEN Odyssey 2. But I'm very excited to use this. Like, I've slowly been, over the years, collecting a bunch of real hardware. So I have a PS2 Slim. And I think the PS2 Slims can be hacked to do stuff. I got the Famicom AV that we're doing. The Super NT kind of covers everything I want out of Super Nintendo. Same with the Analog 3D. I do like dealing with those versus like a real N64 and a real Super Nintendo. Because you get just like that nice clean. So. I own Shin Megami Tensei 4. I have a copy of it. I've got a lot of pretty rare games for the DS, yeah. All right, it's doing stuff. It's installing stuff. Yeah, I did the hand cam stream. Why did I do that hand cam stream? I don't remember. There was a reason. There was a reason I did it. Yeah, my rarest game that I own is the collector's edition of Fire Emblem Fates for the Nintendo 3DS. That is my most, I guess maybe not rarest, but most expensive for sure. I just wanted to, there was a reason to show off the haul. So I think that was around the time when I was doing game cleanings. But then I also just kind of lost it at what was it? It was some Castlevania game that had its box art on the box art, and I just cried laughing. I made it a short because it was so silly. But yeah, it was literally just a copy of an older DS box, literally on the box. Action required, okay. Extract these folders, yes, okay. All right, I'm still following the instructions, Corina. I'll end it thus. Okay, alright, it's done. The Twilight menu plus is there. So now do I power down and go plop stuff on the card down? Is there a specific spot I gotta drop it? Okay. Yep, I see it. And I see a NDS. Right? We're playing the original hardware version. Which I'm also gonna figure out a layout for this. Okay, so I just go into the menu? Yeah, I launched it. Yeah, it's creating pagefile.system. Please wait. All right, let me see if I can. Shoot. Let me see if I can work on the capture now. I think it's just 3DS capture. Okay. Split window. No, split window. How do I connect to this? Yeah, I have it connected. So I think it's just 3DS capture. This is what it is. But I'm not seeing it coming out. Let me go back to 3DS capture. Again, this should have been something I knew about beforehand. This is why I asked about the versions. Oh, I need a new 3DS XL driver. Okay. Let's see if that works. This program might not have installed correctly. Well, let's see. Not connected. Okay, I don't think it installed correctly. All right, the game is launched. Now we just need to capture. Okay, I'm gonna install it in compatibility mode. Install using compatibility settings. All right. Did it work? Connected. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I have video. Chat. I have video. Oh my god. We're there. Okay, hang on. I need to get some safe for work art to put in the background. Does this sound familiar? Alright, now we need to figure out how to capture this. Is there a screen that's like the primary? Really quick, let me fix this. And I'm going to really quick put the cover back on. Oh, if I close the lid, then I guess it blows up. There it is. Dr. Grant, I think we're back in business. Okay, so is it necessary for the screens to be like on top of each other? There they are. So I'm trying to think of the best way to play this. Here, let's go to the... Yeah, let's separate it to be next to each other. No, stay on the menu. I need to divide this. Actually, how do I do this? Do I duplicate this? Right click. Copy. Paste reference. Can I... Okay, yes, I can do this. I needed to stay on the menu so I could finish doing this. Okay. Okay, good. We can stay here. All right. So we'll crop you out. Then you are good. Wait, no, don't start! Don't start! God damn it. I needed to... Alright, we're gonna go back to the menu here. I literally just needed to stay still for 2 seconds. Alright, this will do. FBI, open up. There, is that about centered? I think it is. I'll intentionally add a little bit of separation in the middle, just so it's clear. I think this will be fine. So it looks like there's a little bit of like a weird cutoff. Oh, there is a weird cutoff. Because it's getting part of the top piece. All right. I think this works. The bane of streamers everywhere is how do you capture 3DS games? Okay, let's go back in. Let's see if this works. The top screen is a bit cropped. Well, yeah, because it's the 3DS. Now it should be perfect. So it's designed for the DS aspect ratio, not the 3DS aspect ratio. Okay. Yeah, see, now this is not... Actually... No, it is ever so slightly cropped. Who's this? Not the person who did the modding. Let's go change that. Alright, chat, we're only we're close to dress picks. We're very close to dress picks. Amaya's reaction still made me so happy. So you want to see me in a dress? Well, pay up, nerds. Okay. to do this really quick. You love the 3DS so much. Yeah, I need to make a me for me, I guess. We got more work to do. I can't make it blue hair, chat. I don't know why. Do you know about the bundle with the game in the second game? No, I don't. Alright, let's try launching it. Let's see if it shows Kiara now. Chat voted to play the original. Yep. Which, so luckily I have a modded 3DS. And yeah, a lot of people are saying, like, I am sure I would have had a great time on the latest version, but you know, this is a fun little activity. Okay. It's time. Let's change my category. Sorry for stalling. But it is time. Why? Why do I know? Have you heard the story over? Oh, that's wait. What's Titanic doing in this game? It's about God, maybe about the devil. Nonary game. Oh, I Am Zero. Hello, chat. Welcome to 999. Well, is this a Titanic game? I don't know. It's featured prominently in the opening here. Yeah, there it is. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. That means the game's going to be over in 9 hours, so we could just do this in one sesh, right? I know nothing about this game. If you would like to open a spoiler thread in Discord, !Discord, you can go there. And basically talk to your heart's content about spoilers. Like, literally, the only thing I know is this game exists. It's 9. Like, let me... A lot happened in that opening cutscene. Let me leave this here. Let's watch that again.
999? What about games 1 through 998?
How funny. Thank you for that 100 biddies. Alright, you do not want to be imploded by Chris. Okay, why do I know? Why? Why do I know these things? Here am I. Where am I? 9. You have been chosen. Is that what the meld 96 degrees Fahrenheit? Have you heard the story about over 1,500 victims? Telepathic mechanism hypothesis. About Garth Devil. Okay. Nonary game. Okay, yeah. The answer is 9. Seek a door that carries a 9. This is the time you'll be given to make your escape. 9. I hope this isn't real time. All right. Okay. Let's start the game. You'll start from the beginning of the game. Would you like to overwrite the save data? Yes, I would. Here we go. This game is fiction. All names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. The Titanic ain't fictitious. Unless it's just totally not Titanic. Also, I may need to realign... once we get into the game where we can stop, I'll realign the captures. It looks like they're offset slightly. I'll fix that.
Heck yay, 999.
All right. Uh-oh. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open. Yeah, Raffrock, thank you for the 5 subs. As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. Ow! Okay, let me take a moment here. Oh wait, the screen's shaking. Okay. Let me get to a point where the screen is not shaking. Yeah, this looks like the 3rd class cabin straight out of Titanic. I mean, not Titanic. Ow, says Junpei. With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. His balance lost and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down the cold, gray floor. Ow! God damn it! Yeah, what the hell? Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and finally he understood where he'd fallen from. It was a bed. A 3-level bunk bed, in fact. Junpei had fallen apparently from the topmost bunk. His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his entire body hurt. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed against the low ceiling. He wondered if that bump was the reason he felt his vision wavering a bit, but that seemed unlikely. At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around, he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking. Was it an earthquake? He wondered. It didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. And muttered to himself, "Where am I?" His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances, Junpei looked around the room once again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the tremors ceased. Okay. Shaky cam has stopped. Let's fix the capture and make sure that we have it looking nice, okay? So I'll take some time here to get it right. Here, we're gonna fade over to the capture scene really quick so I can full screen it. Alright, I think that will do. I think I got all the excess pixels off. There. That was gonna bother me. You can copy transforms from one element to another in OBS. Well, I don't know. I tried that, but because it's different crops of the same source, it messes it up and copies the crop as well. But yeah, well listen, I put this together really quickly. I think it's close enough, right? Well, because I duplicated the capture card, so it's a reference to the other. It's about 1 pixel off. Shit. The right screen or the left screen? All right. Here, let me go back over. Okay, I made their transforms of as close as humanly possible. I think it may be still slightly off, but their crops are identical. Their X, Y, width, and height transforms are set to the exact pixel values, and the crop is also set to the exact pixel values. So I think this is as good as I'm going to be able to get it. Let's continue. Oh, shit. Hello? No, I'm stupid. That's a Super Nintendo controller. That is not my Nintendo 3DS. The amount of times I reach for my Super Nintendo controller. No, we're playing on 3DS. Okay. So the Tremor ceased. We're on Totally Not Titanic. This is creepy because, again, I've known nothing about this game. I actually watched the 1997 Titanic movie last week. I kid you not. This is one of those weird coincidences that's happened. Literally last week I watched Titanic 97. It's destiny, right? Okay. A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. There were 1,000 things the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. Where's my stylus? It's in the 3DS, okay. The 3-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door. The first thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. That's a 5. On the surface of the door, in red paint, someone had written 5. 5? What's this 5 mean? Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing at last in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. A push yielded no movement, and a pull the same result. A few more tries cemented the truth in Junpei's mind. It wouldn't open. It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved, the handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the odd-looking device was keeping the door shut. Junpei knocked hard on the door. And yeah, I'm going to read every line of dialogue. Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door! There was no response. Junpei threw his left fist into the door. And stopped. What the hell is this? He wasn't really sure what else to say. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display. It looked like nothing else so much as a watch, but it clearly wasn't that. After all, it showed only a single number. 5. That's the same as the door. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew was that it was strange and new, and he wanted it off. So I wonder if, like, someone, while he was sleeping, put it on, locked the door? Yeah. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove a watch, but... Oh. The other side of the bracelet was solid. No buckle, no clasp, nothing. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face, perhaps. He pushed them, but nothing happened. On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet, they did nothing. Junpei was at a loss. What was he going to do? Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. However, damn, it's no good. Damn thing won't come off. A steel ring ran from the face, around Junpei's wrist, and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future. What the hell is the deal with this thing? Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. So much was happening, but none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. I feel like I'm reading you all a book. Where am I? And why the hell am I here? Why? What the hell happened to me? So maybe he doesn't even know he was on a boat. It was at that moment that he noticed the window. Now it's a porthole. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship. What? Wait, am I in a ship? Junpei walked slowly toward the window. He could see nothing beyond it but thick, impenetrable darkness. Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment. Oh, shit. What the? You gotta be kidding me. What the hell's going on here? Well, that's not good. A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment, Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room. What the hell? God damn it! Junpei yelled and spun around, his feet slipping on the water, already coming through the window. He ran for the door. Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something! There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle deep on the floor and rising quickly toward his knees. Things were not looking good for Junpei. Not good at all. He needed to find a way out, and quickly. Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. Ooh. Seek a way out. Operations during an escape. During an escape, you can move to different parts of the room by touching. Is this actually timed? I'm so gonna die on the first thing. Oh my god. Okay, whereas by touching the bottom screen. Since many areas require very exact selection, we recommend you use the stylus. Searching during an escape. During an escape, you can touch the background to search anywhere in the room. Areas you can investigate will be highlighted yellow the moment you touch them. Depending on the nature of the location you touch, you might find an item or a hint. Begin searching by touching places on the bottom screen. How to move. Touch the triangle icon on the bottom screen. Doing so will change the viewing angle of the room and move you to different locations. You can do the same thing by pressing left, right, and down on the control pad. Bird's eye view. If you want to know where you are, touch X on the camera icon on the bottom screen. This will show you where you are and what direction you're facing. Saving during an escape. Pressing start will allow you to save. If you want to quit, we recommend pressing start. Purpose of the escape. The purpose of each escape is to get out of the room. How you do that depends on the room. You'll need to search all throughout the room to discover what you'll need to do. What you'll need to do to get out. Okay. Search for hints and items that may help you find a way out. Okay. Oh, whoa, okay, alright. So it duplicates stuff on the... Okay, so there's the bird's eye view. So I could just spin around. Alright, we got a briefcase. Let's open up the briefcase. No dice. It's locked tight. Let's see if there's anything in the keyhole. Okay, we got a key. It's a small keyhole. If I want to open the briefcase, I need to fill it up fill it up with a key. Okay, and then we've got number on the dial is 0101. I guess I need to put the key in the keyhole before I can enter any numbers on the dial. Okay, so that's going to be important. Let's head back. I don't know if there's a timer, but I'm scared. I'm assuming there's not. Okay, let's look at the kettle. Let's open up. This is the door to the stove. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out of here was that easy too. Open. All right, what do we got in here? About items. During an escape, investigating certain parts of the room will allow you to obtain items. Surely the water will just wait for you, yeah. Once you've obtained an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Touching L, parentheses item, on the top left will take you to the item screen. While on the item screen, you'll be able to investigate, hold, and combine items that you found. If you want to investigate an item you found, touch the icon for that item in the item screen. And then touch search in the top right corner of the bottom screen. Normal screwdriver. Doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Maybe I can use that as a lockpick. Alright, so I can... Is there anything on the back? I'm not noticing any, like, anything I can see. Okay, so let's head back. We got a screwdriver. Investigate with an item. Touching an item while on the item screen will select that item. While an item is selected, touching L back will return you to the room. Investigation screen. If you look down at the bottom left corner of the bottom screen, you should see the icon. Yep, I see it there. This shows that you are holding the item. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Investigate suspicious areas with different items to see if anything happens. Pressing up on the control pad will select another item for you to hold. Is this some kind of escape room? It appears to be. A screwdriver, huh? Wonder why that's here. I now want to do an escape room where it floods. All right, let's open. Oh, there's a key. All right. Looks like there is a key. Okay, good. A key? Yeah. There's a little blue key in the bottom of this pot. Chris, I would gladly do an escape room with you. Okay. One thing I've actually, like, considered wanting to do is I want to do, like, an IRL stream. Well, neck down, where I go into an escape room and stream it. Basically rent it out myself, bring like a camera person in, and then we do it and chat co-ops, or I bring in a co-op thing. It would involve renting out the escape room, like clearing it with them, like, hey, I want to do this, let's rent it out for a couple hours. So it'd be like expensive on that front. But I think that'd be fun to do. Okay, we got a key, which is good, but now we need a code. So let's continue investigating. We got a little menu thing up here with like a card on it. Note from bulletin board. Let's take a peek here. The note's got a red pattern and a blue pattern. All right, let's anything on the back? And it's going from left to right. I see an arrow here on the right side. So like top left, bottom right, bottom left, top right. Okay, that could be something. Let's look at the key. Anything here? The key's pretty small. Definitely not for a door. What's it for? This is for the briefcase. Let me go pop this in the briefcase. I'm calm. I'm collected. But yeah, Chris, if we ever get an opportunity to hang out together, I would gladly do an escape room. Wait, go here, pop it in. Okay. All right, let's see what happens if I put out the blue key in the keyhole. And nothing. Guess I'm gonna need some sort of code for the dial. Minigames. During an escape, your investigation may trigger one of several minigames. All operations for the minigames are done by touching the bottom screen. Some minigames will require you to manipulate something, while others will only require you to apply the right object or touch the right thing. Operation instructions. Touching the dial will cause it to move to the next number. Enter 4 numbers this way, and then touch the key. If the numbers are correct, it will unlock. Oh, these go... Wait. These go 1 to 5. And these go 1 to 9. Interesting. Okay. Damn it! Open, you stupid thing! I don't think it's gonna open if I whack it on the wall a couple times. Might make me feel better. Not gonna help, though. Alright, Junpei, don't freak out. Keep it cool. Look around for some more clues. Alright. Is there anything on the upper bunk here? I can keep looking till the cows come home. I'm gonna find up. There's that pillow. Okay. Damn it! Isn't there anything else I can use? Let's check down here. There's a pair of simple chairs next to the table. The water's already up to the chair. Check the sink. Doesn't seem like there's anything hidden on the sink. It's the only drain in this room. Oh, we got a picture. Okay. An old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Oh, okay. So I can combine this with that. And here's the picture. Alright. Oh. Alright, we got a cipher. Alright, so it'd be, Okay. Oh, wait, shit, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, we got the, yeah, if you take 2 items you found and combine them, they may turn into something else. Do this, select an item on the item screen, and touch X, combine on the top part of the bottom screen. Okay, yeah, I got it. Alright, so it's gonna be 7, 4, 7, 4, 8, 3. 7, 4, 8, 3. Yep, I got it. Enter 4 numbers, 7, 4, 8, 3. It didn't open. Shit. Oh, I misread. It's 7463. Oops. Oh, does it have to tell me the instructions every time? Okay. Did I mess it up again? God damn it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, 7, 4, 6, 3. Or a bunch of numbers and symbols on the back of the picture, huh? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 0. Hi, Eli. One through 5 are empty, and 6 through 9, as well as 0, are colored in. Maybe this is something to do with the relationship between the symbols and the numbers. Yeah, it's 7, 4, 7463. Did I put it in wrong? Or am I just being dumb? Alright, it's okay. We're not gonna drown, totally. Alright, there's some extra piece of the puzzle then. Heck. There's some extra piece. Or I'm not reading it right. The note's got that in red and that in blue. So maybe I need something for the blue and the red. Maybe we need to color code it. Maybe we need something else to associate with the colors. Let me make sure I do have this. If it is that, yeah, that'd be 7 solid, 4 bottom right, 6 bottom left, 3 top right. If it matches this, but if its colors are important, then we need to figure out how to color it. So let's hold on to it. There must be some more information. This is totally a stove. Nothing inside, though. That's where we had the key. I don't see anything else in here. Water just keeps pouring through the window. It's like a waterfall. I don't think shoving something into the window is going to stop the water. In other words, if I don't want to die, I need to find a way out of this room. I have to figure this out. Oh. It's a pipe. I know. I'll crawl into the pipe and find a way out. How are you going to fit in that pipe, Junpei? There's nobody here to make fun of my lame jokes. Man, this sucks. We're here. We're laughing. We're having a good time. I guess that's a lever, huh? Maybe if I pull it. Well, it looks like pulling on the lever just makes a weird noise. Great. The light's still red and the display hasn't changed. Damn it. Why the hell isn't this thing opening? There's something in here. Small key red. Small red key. Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. He intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself. What's up with my face? His confusion was well justified. His face was drawn and pale, and the dark circles under his eyes made it look as though he was nearly dead. Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? Even as he said it, something in his mind opened and a memory bobbed to the surface. It was the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in the strange room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment, a small one-bedroom affair that ran him about $630 a month. That's not bad. That's a good price. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he'd been there for 3 years and 7 months. He stepped inside and turned on the lights. Fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life, as if waking from a deep slumber. Their cold lights illuminated the landscape he'd come home to so many times before. Everything was as he'd left it. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, the CD cases covering the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before, then tossed onto the floor. There is one thing that didn't belong, however. There was a breeze. Breaths of cold night air wafted into his apartment, carrying the smells of autumn with them. The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the wind. Huh, that's weird. Did I leave that open? Junpei walked toward the window, trying to remember if he'd closed it or not before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Junpei shrugged. He must have just left it open earlier. He closed the window. Then it happened. Oh. Junpei turned and found himself face to mask with a man dressed all in black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Junpei tried to scream, but all he could manage was a strangled croak. That's my strangled croak. He tried to step forward toward the man, but his legs could no longer support his weight. Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object shaped distressingly like a grenade sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into the white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well, a white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision. Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen. A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh and distorted in some way Junpei couldn't put his finger on. You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you'll put your life on the line. That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist. That's right. That guy with the gas mask. That son of a bitch must have taken me here. As to who the man was, or might have been, Junpei had no idea. Indeed, he wasn't even sure that his assailant had been a man. The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak. Who was the man in the mask? You have been chosen. Junpei remembered that much, but what it might mean, that was beyond him. Junpei had no idea where he was or why he was there. There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important. You are going to participate in a game. There's only the Nonary game. It's a game where you'll put your life on the line. Junpei, oh yeah, the Nonary game, huh? What the hell is a Nonary game? God damn it! With a yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror. Nothing left on the mirror. Okay. Okay. What did I say the code was? Okay, looks like the key is stuck in there, so I probably need to use the red keys somewhere else. The same combination on my luggage. So there should be a red briefcase up here. There's a pipe at the other end of the bed. There's nothing up top. Well, it should be over here. Ah! Ho ho! This is just like the blue briefcase. Yep, there's a lock on this one too, and it's not opening. Okay, I have an idea. Okay, it's the same text, yeah. I have an idea. I have a thought. Shit. What was the code again? Hang on. I'll see if it's like just a you repeat the two codes. Let's see. Yeah, that'd be 7474. Seven four seven four and 6363. This is interesting. So it's not a permutation on it, because again, these ones only go 1, 2, 5. Alright. I'm wondering if I have the full information or not. Or I'm just reading this very wrongly. Maybe we orient it this way? And in this case, it'd be 6-3... 6363. Anyway, yeah, 6-3 and 9-2. 6-3 and 9-2. Write that down, chat. Write that down. 6-3 and 9-2 from this direction. No? Okay. Okay, it's not that either. Okay. So we have the arrow, right? It is like the thing we don't know. Because I thought it'd be simple, like, okay, left to right, but now I don't know. I don't see anything else on the map. Oh, I can just tap this to change. Okay. Alright, sorry, Junpei, you're dying on puzzle 1. Does it need to be folded? Because it is folded. I think I'm overthinking it. I'm definitely overthinking this. Because I've tried 7, 4, 6, 3 everywhere, and it's not 7, 4, 6, 3. So, God, do I have everything? looks like. I don't think it would be the arrow pointing up. I think that's too much. I think I gotta be missing something. So let's search more. It's a closet. Can I look down? Is there anything on the ground? Oh, there's a ladder that goes from floor to ceiling, so you can get into all 3 bunks. Worst case scenario, I could just climb up there. Yeah, right, like that's gonna do anything. There's a towel next to the sink. Bulletin board. There's nothing on it. There's nothing on top of the shelf. That's totally a chair. What am I thinking? I don't have time to sit down. Blue briefcase on top of the bed. I can reach this bunk. Might as well look through it. Huh? Damn. Nothing here. What about down here? Oh. There it... Okay, there it is. We got it. We needed the other notes. Okay. Alright. Good, good, good. We now have the full solution. Let's open up... No, let's open up red first. Alright. So it is 6, 4, 8, 5, I think. Give me the tutorial again. Come on, you can do it. God damn it. Yeah. Yep, I know. Look, listen. Alright, so we start left. 7, okay, yeah. 7, 4, 8, 5. Sorry. Okay, tell me about it again. 7, 4, 8, 5, not 6, 4, 8, 5. Yay! It's open. It's opening. We got a stack of red key cards. Okay, let's look at these. These look like key cards. There's a number on each one. 1, 2, 3, but there's no 5. All right, let's go open up the blue one. The blue code is 0, 0263. All right. We did it. Looks like it's working. Yes. So I can already tell the challenge of this game is going to be making sure I have all the stuff. All right, let's open it up. He's going to be... Oh. Yes. It opened. Looks like there's something in here. What is this? A file? File screen. If you find any documents or notes during an escape, the information on them will be available from the file screen. To open the file screen, touch File R in the top right of the bottom screen. Once at the file screen, select files by touching them, or by pressing on the control pad. If you touch Search, the contents of the file you selected will be displayed on the upper screen. Alright, let's see what's in this file. Digital root. Let's see here. Compute a digital root with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. If you end up with something greater than a single-digit number, add the digits to one another. For instance, if you have a double-digit number and the number in the tens place to the number in the ones place, keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single-digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. Example, the digital root of 678 would be 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Okay. 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 4 equals 10 plus 1 to 0. Okay, is this something that has any actual mathematical use? I see. So I just keep adding numbers until I get a single digit number. Oh, it looks like there's something on the back of this thing. A notebook, a pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards, huh? Alright. Some key cards. There's a number written on each card. 6, 7, 8. But where's 5? Where's 4? So the digital root of 1, 2, 3 would be 6. And 6, 7, 8 would be 3. New material has been added to the file screen. Calculator. The calculator screen can be used during an escape. Oh, we get it. Oh, that's actually really cool. We get an endgame calculator. Let's go. So I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Digital root is 2. Alright. Got it. Fancy! Look at that. Wow, the DS is such a powerful console. Wait, hang on. Alright, let's peace out. These cards with numbers on them. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. Alright, let's slide this card and see if it works. And... Huh? It's not working. Why? Damn it. Do I have to get them to a digital root of 5? There aren't any more cards. I've only got one other hint, of course. The files. The file says something about a digital root. Digital root. Huh? What am I supposed to do with There's a 5 on that door. Got to get a digital root of 5. Yeah, I got you. Not really sure about this. Oh, whatever, it's worth a shot. Let's see if this works. I'll slide the cards that give me the digital root of 5 through the reader. Operating instructions. Touch 3 cards to select them. The digital root of the selected cards will be displayed on the top screen. Touching reset will deselect all currently selected cards. After you selected 3 cards, touch the device. Okay, I think I can do that. So we gotta do 5 of them. Does it do it automatically? Alright, hold on. We can logic this out. Let's see. So to do it, we would need to have an immediate sum of, so we end at 5, which you'd have a 3 and a 2 or a 4 and a 1. So we'd probably want to go get to, so if we can get it to 14, so we need to pick 3 that sum to 14, which would be 7, 6, and 13 at 7, 6, 1. Boom. All right. So yeah, I didn't want to just do it. All right. I wanted to logic it out. I wanted to logic it out myself without trial and error. Okay. And I guess it wouldn't have mattered which order you put them in. Any order would have worked. Alright, I think it's gonna work. There we go. That's a new noise. Huh? Did it just unlock? Well, that light was red and now it's blue. Roku Nana! There's nothing keeping me in here now. Alright. Oh, I don't need to screw around with that thing anymore. I need to get out of this. Out of this room fast. Alright. We live, we didn't drown. You're welcome, Junpei. You found it! Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall. Gasping to catch his breath, he looked around. He was in a narrow hallway. The water that had followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly. Flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. These images look pretty real, so I wonder if they just had to CG all of these rooms one by one. Like, that water looks really good. Just 5 steps, in fact, into the top of this short staircase. A door! Another door! Junpei leapt up the stairs straight for the door. The door burst open and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw? What the hell? His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. It's totally the not grand staircase. You can tell it's not the grand staircase because there's no clock at the top. A polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. Let me get some water, chat. I'm gonna need to be drinking a lot of water during this. Also, I'm gonna feed Shiki and Paco really quick. Okay. Yeah, I had I had no idea this was totally not Titanic. So Shiki has now received her last meal before the vet visit. I will give her a chudu later. Poor baby. If this is the Titanic, where's the Ocean Gate submersible? There's nothing left of the Ocean Gate submersible. A polished floor stretched out before him. Ornate staircases rising up from the stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s. Junpei couldn't help but wonder, was he really in a ship? The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that yes, he was. And he looked, a fresh wave rolled out. And as he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved towards the stairs. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally a boat. Wait, what the hell? A wave? Shit, I gotta get out of here! Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him. C deck. B deck. As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall denoting the decks of the ship. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Well, these staircases were on the aft and stern, so you're at one end of the boat. Alright, I did not expect, this cast of characters. Okay. One is a little overdressed, maybe. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead, Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short, nearly tipping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 more people staring at him. She's dressed for the water, yeah. He stopped short, nearly tipping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person. Oh, yeah. And on the right side, 3 more. All told, there were 7 of them. Looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. Alright, who done it? Which one of you is the bad guy? Are we the bad guy? What if we have amnesia? What if we have amnesia and we're the bad guy? They stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step in the middle of the stride. Who were these people? This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again. What is this outfit? Why do you have a womb tattoo? I guess there's another one of us now. The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little, and her prodigious jewelry little more. There's an animation! Oh my gosh, okay. Hey, you, come on! Hurry! With no further ceremony, she ran straight past Junpei and toward the doors behind him. Oh, there's the clock. That means we're near the first class lounge. The sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets left Junpei momentarily stunned. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman. I could just picture the nosebleed happening. The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering, "One of us, huh? His name's Silver." And following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei as rather like that of an elderly lion. "Going up won't do you any good." There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open. The next to speak was a girl with pink hair and a high voice. Come on! Aren't you coming? You gotta hurry! Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene, and he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. He'd certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like. That's 9 of us, then. 9 persons! All of the cards are in hand. What does all of the cards in hand mean? He wondered. Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him, and they were gone. Wait, there are 4 on one side, 3 on the other. That's 8. He turned just in time to see 2 more people running towards him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest, and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. The scrawny one said nothing and scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something. Hey, what the hell are you just standing there for? Did you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good. We gotta check the doors on B deck. Got it? Now go! Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Whoa! Thrown off balance by the man in recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running towards. There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. The door on the right had a 4. The door on the left had a 5. They're the same. The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself. The room I woke him up in had a number on the door, just like that. Was yours 4? Is everybody a different number? You too, eh? With an arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at Silver. My cell was the same. A number upon the door. I opened it, ran down the hallway outside, and found myself in a rather grand room. Full of stairs, as I suspected the rest of you. It was as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began to talk at once. Me too. I did too. Yeah, door with a number on it. It soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they'd been guided there. Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry. You think I don't know that lady? Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running. He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. However, F! It's not opening. I did not expect an F-bomb to drop in this game. F. If you want me to actually say the F word, it's still $1,000. This damn thing won't even budge.
Fuck.
Move, you're in the way. The mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared. Steps back.
Fuck 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 fuck.
Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Maybe since Junpei's door was a 5, we're the only one who can open it. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself out the door again. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box. It looked just like the one that he'd seen in his room next to the door. If it was the same, then the door was likely locked as well. Still, he had to check. Junpei grabbed a handle and threw all of his weight onto it. Yeah! It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he'd suspected. Damn it! Junpei punched the door. It did not respond. Were these the only doors, he wondered? He'd barely finished the thoughts when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang, unbidden, to his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back towards the stairs. He had scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded in the wall, he saw a person. Leo! Okay, not Leo. It was a girl. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. And she's got a wristband, probably has a different number on it. He couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before him as well. Classmates, perhaps? Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down than the whole ship shook a second time. Ah! Ah! The quake caught the girl unprepared, and she fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. Please don't do the anime thing. Do not land on her boobs. Or so he thought. Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own. They did the anime thing. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused. Okay, at least she's on top. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment, that seemed to stretch for a very long time. They stared at one another. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. The silence was complete, a thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth. Oh my gosh, is that you, Jumpy? 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 Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned. Akane? They are classmates. Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on this ship? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment, a speaker crackled to life, and a cold, eerie voice filled the room. Welcome aboard. I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart to this, my vessel. With the voice's invasion, the spell between Junpei and Akane was broken, and all hints of burgeoning romance instantly forgotten. They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. They looked around frantically, desperate to locate the source of the voice. At last they found it, the speaker set in the ceiling. I am Zero, the captain of this ship. I am also the person who invited you here. The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static. But Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it? It was the same voice he had heard from the man in the gas mask. Hey, asshole, what the hell is this? Come on out here, I want to get a look at you. What do you mean to do to us? I mean to have you participate in a game. Some of you I know are familiar with this game. The Nonary game. This is a game where you will put your life on the line. Nonary game? What the hell's that? The voice continued, implacable. The rules of the Nonary game can be found upon your persons. They are simple rules. Read them. Nonary game? Does nonary mean anything, or is it a made-up word? Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out. Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Of the 9th? Of course. Okay. That makes sense. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pocket of his pants. He felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal. Hey, I got one too. Then it would seem Zero has been fit to grace us with each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man? His request had been delivered to Junpei, who after a short moment of surprise did as he'd been asked. On this ship you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. They also, 5 plus 4 is 9. Oh my god. 5 plus 4 is 9. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. So should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. Oh. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. So it's minimum 3 to 5. Okay, Junpei figured it had to mean the bulky thing on his wrist. He glanced around. Looked like everyone else had one as well. Had come to much the same conclusion. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Junpei had reached the end of the letter. There's a long moment of silence, and then the speaker cracked to life once more. There is one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, this is still freaking weird that I watched this movie last week. It sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. I'll give you more time. 9 hours. That is the time you'll be given to make your escape. Yeah, the James Cameron one. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron. The voice finished and the speaker went silent. The sound of a bell tolling echoed through the hall. It came from the dance hall adjacent to the stairwell. It's a good movie. It took some cheesy parts, but overall it's pretty good. Pretty decent. It got a lot of award recognition for a reason. It took those assembled on the stairs mere moments to trace the sound to an antique clock embedded in the wall. 7, 8, 9. The sound of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came. That meant the time was 9 o'clock. Most likely 9 o'clock in the evening. I wonder if there's going to be, like, obviously the game's themed around the number 9. The number 9 is important. I wonder if that was an arbitrary choice. Or if it's going to have a deeper meaning. Oh, it'll be fun. Yeah. When Junpei had peered out the window of his cell, he had seen nothing but blackness. It had to be nighttime. If that was the case, then they would need to escape by 6 a.m. the following day. Now, it is time. Let our game begin. I wish you all the best of luck. The speaker went silent and did not speak again. Silver yelled at the speaker with language coarse enough to embarrass a sailor, but the rest of you, I like how we don't get to hear it. It's just implied. Just imagine what he was saying. Chat, what did Silver say here? What is your interpretation? But the rest of Junpei's companions were silent, deep in thought. Junpei, too, was consumed by his thoughts. F? He just said F. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Son of a submariner. F. Who was Zero? What was the Nonary game? Why had he chosen to make them part of it? Was he a criminal who took delight in playing with his victims? Or did he have some other purpose? And why had Junpei been chosen as part of this insane game? Why had any of them been chosen? One question was foremost on his mind. Akane. They hadn't seen one another since elementary school. Why had she appeared now? Coincidence? No, that seemed impossible. There had to be a reason. He didn't know what it might be, but there had to be a reason. Very well. The lion's voice seemed oddly loud in the silence. Standing around here won't do us any good. Best we get moving, don't you think? Get moving? Are you planning to open the numbered doors? Hey, wait! Don't tell me you're actually going to do what this Zero says. No, that's not what I mean. The lion shook his head, mildly annoyed. I'm saying, let's find another way. Lion wants to make his own luck. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet. Wait, what? Alright, it is now 9:20. Their separate investigations finished. All 9 people returned to where they'd left one another. The results of all of their work was nothing. They were completely sealed in. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste. However, ads are starting in 6 seconds. We'll take a brief pause. I don't want people to miss this because of advertisements. So we'll wait a bit. Especially since this will be a good... I'll use these as vocal breaks. Because I imagine there's a lot of reading. And there's going to continue to be a lot of reading. So who here has played 999? Hopefully everybody. 9. Type 9 if you played 9. You've seen 2 different streamers play it. It's a visual novel, so there probably won't be any Kiara craziness trademark. I trust you to find a way. I'm gonna have to solve the puzzles like anybody else. Although, like, I do sometimes accidentally brute force something, like the probably most famously now the Celeste jumping music puzzle, where I somehow input the correct sequence, like a 1 in 10,000 or some stupid shit when I was. Well, I didn't brute force it. It was even funnier. I was like doing something, and I was just like, my hands were idling. I wasn't even paying attention. Is there a clip? I hope there's a clip. My hands were just idling. And then a torch lit up when I was just like, I wasn't even looking at the screen. The Celeste torch puzzle where you have to dash and do stuff. I don't know when I did this. It was last year at some point. Yeah, the directional dashes. Because I was doing this when I couldn't speak, right? And I was just like messing around and doing stuff, and then it worked. I'm scrolling through my clips to see if there's anything of it. It would have been 2025. But I'm not sure anybody clipped it. Well, let me search for Celeste. Oh no, yeah, it is here. Oh wait, was that really 2024? God damn. Time flies. Yeah, I was literally just like randomly dashing around, like just messing around, and then it Alright. The ads are done. Let's continue. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste, however. They had learned a number of things as they had secured the parts of the ship they could reach. It seems that they were confined to decks A through C. C deck was as far down as they would be able to go, however. The reason being that D deck was completely submerged. Strangely, however, the water had risen no higher than D deck. The flow seemed to have been stopped, somehow as evidenced by the surface of the water on D deck, which was as smooth as glass. So that means this whole ship is probably like on a platform that's being lowered into a water tank, right? The prince knelt down and gently drew his hand across it. Perhaps the Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. He said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours. And you're saying we won't sink till then? Well, I may be a little too optimistic. Point to wishful thinking. There were 3 metal doors on C deck. The A single door stood off to the side with 2 more on the wall facing the central staircase. None of them had numbers or verification devices. They were, however, locked like the other doors. No matter how much they pushed and shoved, the doors refused to move. The mountain and the lion threw themselves against them a few times, but to no avail. The door in the back had a keyhole. Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. There were 2 other doors on the C deck as well, but it was clear they were elevators, as each had a button next to it with an upside-down triangle. They tried pushing the button. No response. Apparently there was no power running to the elevators. Also, these old-school elevators had to be operated by a person. Think about that. To the left of the elevator doors was a card reader. The card reader also has strange... Wait, that's is that Saturn? Hold on, that's a planetary symbol. I think that... I want to say that's Saturn. It is Saturn. Okay, yeah. Well, it's a little bit stylized. That's Saturn, yeah. That's Prince. They look like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem of the H. Junpei stared at it for a while. Yeah! Yeah! Thanks, Akane. Ah, there you go. This is the symbol of Saturn. It's an astrological symbol. And the mark on the other door, I think that was the sun symbol. The sun. Oh yeah. The sun is the boob. The dot in the center with yeah. They had seen the same symbol on A deck. There's a door on either side of the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it. This is Earth. Yep. I know my planetary symbols. One represents the prime meridian. Junpei looked up at the ceiling. There's a great circle cut in it, perhaps for a skylight or a glass dome, but had been filled with a gargantuan metal plate. So I don't think we're on the ocean. I think we're in some facility. That's why it's all been sealed up, because this would be a glass dome if it's mimicking Titanic. To see the outside, obviously been sealed in completely. So I don't think it's a real boat. I think it's just designed to be that way. And we could be literally anywhere. The metal looked very solid. Anything short of an explosive charge was unlikely to damage it. Yeah, all the windows boarded up. Yeah, there were several windows along both sides of the ship. At least there had been. They too were covered with metal plates. In other words, we're trapped. All the exits go nowhere. Junpei was not happy. The girl with pink hair spoke up. Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them. Then the mountain spoke. You don't know that. For all we know, they just open into walls or take us in circles. The prince did not agree. No, I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be? And we can't open them. Well, 2 of them at least. You mean the numbered doors? All eyes turned toward the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that. The dancer moved in front of the doors as if to block them. We'd have to be crazy to open these doors. If we do that, we'd be doing exactly what Zero wants us to do. Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once. I agree. That's a terrible idea. We should keep going. We should stay here. We don't have any other way to open any of these doors. We should just wait. Someone's bound to come find us. We don't have time for that. In 8.5 hours, the ship is going to sink. The clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying that. Their arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another. Okay, what if we're actually in space? Well, you'd have to have gravity to have the water work, but, you know. Okay, well, whatever. Maybe not in space. Junpei had remained silent, but at last he could take no more. Hey! Shut up! They fell silent, and all eyes turned to Junpei. He felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch. Before we try and decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do. What's that? We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you aren't curious, too. They were silent. Some of them looked the other way, or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane. I agree. I think Junpei is right. Junpei? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Junpei. His name is Junpei. She pointed towards Junpei. We're childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school. Wait, stop! Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about. Zero's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in? Would that be bad? Hell yeah, it would. We don't know how much that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. If Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he'd had him get to us to do stuff, you know? But we still need to know what our names are. It's going to be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names. Alright then, why don't we have code names? To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious solution. Code names? Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7. 7? Why are you 7? Is it because his number is 7? It seemed a fair question. The mountain stuck out his left arm. Because his bracelet number says 7. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea. He smirks. Alright, I'm gonna be Santa. Ho ho ho, mother effers. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Well, San means 3, so I'll be Santa. Hey, I know Japanese. Heck you. San D's nuts, bitch. You know, like Santa Claus fits, don't you think? And your bracelet number. Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa. Just like the mountain had done. Silver thrust out his left hand. Well, Jew is for 10. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3. Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate. I'll be Lotus then, and I'm sure you all know it has 8 petals. Which means, of course, that my bracelet number is 8. I would appreciate it if you would call me a snake. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards and I choose dice, Snake Eye is clearly which is. Particularly relevant given that I'm blind. Oh. Blind? Really? I'm not going to give him the snake voice. That would kill me. He kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually. It was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with pink hair. I want to be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good luck, right? Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. So has she done a notary game in the past? The face of her bracelet showed the number 4. They'd come around to Junpei. He held his bracelet. Alright, my number's 5, so my codename is gonna be... Well, I have one. It's not like there's any point to it now. The dancer cut him off in mid-sentence. I mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei. Oh. They all nodded. Akane stepped forward nervously. And you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem fair to Junpei. You think it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his? Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do something. Where's your bracelet number? It's 6. She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she'd claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment and thought, alright then, why don't we call you June? June? That's this month! Oh my god. Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. That's now! Those watching the VOD, this is currently June 21st. Father's Day and the day of the summer solstice or something. Or it's summer. It's officially summer, yeah. So you're June. Junpei. Akane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her reassuringly. Are you good with that? She thought about it for a few more minutes and seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod. Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his head. 1 was Ace. 2 was Snake. 3 was Santa. 4 was Clover. 5 was Junpei's number. Right in the middle, Akane was 6. Junpei had given her the codename of June. 7 was 7. And 8 was Lotus. That meant that 8 of them, including Junpei, had revealed their bracelet numbers. But there's still one person left. Oh yeah, this guy. He was the man with glasses and hair like a bird's nest. He hadn't said anything since they'd met on the stairs, and he didn't look like the sort of person who was inclined to conversation. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. His behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously. What number are you? He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants. His breath came in hot pants. Okay. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man licked his dry lips with a shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper. Isn't it obvious? There are 9 people here, and you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left. So you're 9? Yeah. He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously. What's your code name? Code name? What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too. I just don't need one. Why not? Because I'm not going to stay here with you. He took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust. You got some sort of plan? I do. Yeah, what's that? You sure you want to know? Yeah? All right. Let me show you. I'm gonna do this. Aye! What? By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist. What the hell do you think you're doing? Silver, Santa, leapt toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when... Stay back! Suddenly, the man's hand drove into his pocket. It came back out with a knife. A pocket knife. He held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck. If you get any closer, I'll cut her open. I'll do it. Santa skidded it to a halt. He snarled at the scrawny man with a knife and gritted his teeth. Yes, that's right. The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt. Clover, are you all right? The prince, Snake's voice sounded oddly concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. Her voice shook, making her words even less convincing. What the hell are you trying to do? I told you. This is my plan. What are you going to do to her, you sick son of a bitch? Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to, I'll let her go. He started to move backwards, slowly keeping his grip on Clover. Let's see. 9 plus 4 is 13. 1 plus 3 is 4. He's behind the 4 door, so he can get in there if he wants. Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall, gave a start as his back touched it, then glanced around quickly and spoke. Verify. Huh? The left. Look on your left. Did you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part. What if I don't? The man's nostrils flared, and he looked like he was about to choke. Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. He wouldn't do it. I'll kill you if I have to. No, you won't. I don't believe for a second he's gonna kill him. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Just do it now. He pressed the knife against Clover's neck hard. Slowly, she stretched her left hand out toward the device. Her back was to it, and she had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared. So that's how it works. Junpei thought to himself. By placing one's palm on what the ninth man had called the scanner panel, the user's bracelet number would be entered into the device. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital route to that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5. You need to be on the 4, dude. The ninth man seemed to know a little more about the device's operation than he should. How would he know exactly what to do? Good, you're done. Next? His bloodshot eyes crept from person to person until finally they stopped on the lion. Ace. Okay, this will get it to 5. Yeah. You, right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right? Yes, I am, so. Then you're next. I thought he was at the 4 door. Just verify your number like this little brats did. What are you doing? Just do it! Just don't you care what happens to her? Oh, okay, just calm down. Ace held up his hands, palms out. The ninth man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved toward the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity, he reached it. Now, verify. Ace nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again, and a second asterisk appeared. Alright, so everybody else would be 2, 3, 6, 7, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does that route to 5? Device beeped again, and a second asterisk appeared. Now device had Clover and Ace's numbers. 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. The same as the number written on the door. But it wouldn't open just yet. Oh, 3 to 5. Okay. Okay, yeah. There need at least one more person. Who would that be? You get back! His voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back. No further! More than that. Go all the way back! Slowly Ace did what he was told. The ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. That was when Junpei understood his plan. Clover's 4 and Ace's 1 added to this ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. In other words... Thank God you're all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare. He pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. The door opened with a heavy metallic groan. He let go of Clover. Wait! Junpei leapt toward the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough. The man shoved Clover. Ah! Sorry. And hopped through the door. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye. He raised his hand and waved a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. Well, how does he know what's behind there? How would it lead to escape? The doors ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal. Clover! Are you all right? Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine. She climbed unsteadily to her feet and, once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. Junpei ran to the door. The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed hold of the handles and pulled. They grunted and strained, but... Shit! It won't budge. That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet. Do you hear something? Like what? Like some sort of beeping. Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same. You're right, I can hear it too. What is it? Hang on, I need to bump the volume a little bit. Y'all hear that? Then they heard something else. It was the ninth man. Shit!
Harp fun with game.
Why isn't it stopping? Thanks, Lexi, for the 16 months. God damn it! You lied! Lied? This wasn't supposed to happen. This is wrong. This is wrong. His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another. What is happening in there? Open the door. Please. I'm begging you. Help me. Heck you, bitch. Please, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Junpei grabbed hold of the device. He slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened. Why didn't it register him? He looked at the display where the asterisks had shown up. It said, engaged. Oh my god! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. It was him. He killed me. It was him. Is he really dead? I'm not gonna write this guy off. He's gonna show up later. The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked, then stood up, slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room. I do feel like I'm reading you all a book. I hope you like this. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. All eyes turned toward it. It had come from the device mounted next to the door, vacant. The display changed. Oh. Oh, does the Steam version have voice acting? Let's see if we can open it. 7. The mountain swallowed hard. Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel. Device had registered Junpei's bracelet number 5. His, but not enough, however. At least 2 more people were needed. Junpei asked, which pair? I'm gonna save the game. Oh, I gotta make a decision. Do we want Ace and Lotus? Do you want Snake and 7? Or do you want Santa and June? I know nothing. I know nothing about it. Oh. Let's do Snake and 7. You think you give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Snake and 7 lifted their left hands silently. Slowly, each of them placed their hand on the scanner panel. 5 plus 2 plus 7. Yeah. They fulfilled the conditions. They are to pull the lever on this side. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. There was a metallic groan and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Oh my god. Good god. Lotus and Ace shuddered. 7 grunted. Whoa, that's pretty bad. Even Santa's voice shook. He blew up. Maybe he is dead. It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. Ah! The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. She crumpled to the floor. June, you okay? Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed. Her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat. What the hell? Where'd this fever come from? June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax and her whole body began to shake. Alright, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk? She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair. Here we go. As gently as he could, he set her down. How are you feeling? Are you all right? She nodded. As she did, a single huge tear rolled down the side of her face. Why? Why did this happen? Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs. Why did this happen? Junpei spun around. Do any of you know what the F is going on here? Who's Zero? What's this nonary game? Come on, anybody? Anything? What the hell is going on? What are we doing here? No one spoke. Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grim lines from mouths. I'm still not convinced he's dead. It could have been fake blood, right? Or a fake corpse. He's acting. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as the minutes ticked by, and eventually they stopped. And suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. The clock is in the central hall 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Then on the 10th ring it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence. It's 10 o'clock then. Ace said what each one of them had been thinking. That means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement. Seven's deep voice echoed across the room. F! I've had enough of this crap. Santa leapt to his feet, his fists clenched. How long are we going to pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours till this time limit. Zero was going on about his F. Let's get going already. Go! Go! Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him, their eyes blank and their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke. No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him. Him? You mean the 9th man? Of course. Who else? In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again. The dark, reddish-black pool of blood. The scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. That is a description. Holy shit. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful. The 9th man's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back and stark white ribs jutted out of his chest, like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach. I think he just screwed up. Eyebrows went up and Santa continued. He probably set out some sort of trap and that killed him. I'm not going to screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive. Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly humorous. What's so goddamn funny? Oh, my apologies. You're just so very confident. I couldn't help myself. What the F? I think you've mistaken the situation. Huh? The 9th man's death. It had nothing to do with the trap. At least, not the sort of trap you imagine it did. Then? He broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it. You still don't? All right. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people? He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door, right? And after that? You've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say? Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said, everyone who verified had to go. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Right? It's okay. My voice acting is totally up to par with the professionals, right? Right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it meant that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through. That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei. Snake inclined his head toward Junpei. The 9th man, however, broke that rule. Alright, I think he's dead. Unless, I don't know, I've seen enough Saw movies to know that no one's ever truly dead. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed. Then Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules. Oh, I'm not so sure of that. Why not? Because his execution system is entirely automatic, you didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us. What do you mean, the bracelets, doofus? Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity inside. Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I'd hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely. He couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake sensed the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts. Do you know something? Well, I know a great many things, but yes. What is it you know? Here. Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket. With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and spoke. Come on now, what's the point of giving me this? Give me that. Santa snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion. Huh? The hell is this? Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands. Huh, I see. The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood. This is Braille. Braille, the written language of the blind. The card was covered with small embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't read it. Sorry, guys, I can't read this. Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk. Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card? I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it is a message from Zero. From Zero? A message? What does it say? Suddenly, everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand. Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me, I'll read it. Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read, his voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke. Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you of the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelet. The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Beside every numbered 4, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. But perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? I'm afraid this may be something of a surprise. I have placed a small bomb inside of you and the people whom you're about to meet. You swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt that by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you'll be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you not try. Alright, we just gotta poop it out. We gotta get sick. We gotta get sick and poop it out. Alright, where's some swamp water I can go drink? As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse or timer for the bomb in your body. There's only one condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate no matter who you may be. You'll have 81 seconds. That's 9 squared, as well as a 9 digital roots. Oh. Thematically appropriate. If after that time the detonator has not been activated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you need only pull the lever at its side and the countdown will cease. They do stick to their brand, yeah. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through a numbered door without first verifying your number at the red in 81 seconds, you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. As long as the doors open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Everything is 9. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. There's no other way to remove your bracelet. So what if we fake death and then restart our heart? Yeah, we knock ourselves out, you know, flatline for a little bit, get rid of the bracelet, and then revive. Totally. If you attempt to force it off or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode. This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you'll be able to control your fate. I wish you the best of luck. Snake finished reading and carefully returned the card to his pocket. The message had been lengthy, but its meaning was clear. Only those who verified their numbers at the red could pass through the numbered doors. Teams could not increase or decrease their numbers. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforced the rules. They were judge, jury, and executioner. In defiance of Zero's suggestion, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The rest stiffened. Some touched their stomachs. Some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach. Gingerly touched his stomach. There was a bomb inside his body. The thought of it made him queasy. His stomach felt oddly hollow and his legs were weak. Why had Zero designed such a ludicrous game? Junpei looked over at the others. Alright, I'm going to ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero? They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke. Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like surprise or something. Instead, it was Santa who looked surprised. There's a moment of silence, and then everyone spoke at once. Yeah, I saw him too. Me too? He was wearing a gas mask. As stories were sorted out, the truth became clear. All of their stories were the same. They had been abducted at home at midnight. The person claimed to be Zero had worn a mask. Yeah, see, what if number 9 here was actually Zero? You know, pull a saw. He goes in alone, right? You know, the room could have already been prefabricated to have like the blood and the dummy and all that stuff along the wall, right? Right? There's ways out of it, you know. So yeah, and then he goes in, does a performance, and then runs away. You know, the bomb blows, and yeah, he could still be alive, totally. Person claiming to be Zero had worn a mask. There had been white smoke, then each person had passed out. When they awoke, they had found themselves on D deck, a room with a 3-level bunk bed. Only 7's story seemed to lack the detail of the others. Oh, me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours. That was all he had said. It had occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue. He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him as even stranger. That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover. For some reason, they had been abducted from the same room and woken up in the same room. Junpei looked at them thoughtfully. So what's the deal with the two of you, anyway? It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide. We're siblings. Siblings? Yeah? Snake is my older brother. Obviously, that means I'm his little sister. That really is so hard to understand. Junpei was taken aback. The others seemed just as surprised. She is correct, of course. He laid his hand on Clover's shoulder. Are you surprised? Well, yeah, but why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance. Snake pointed at Junpei and Jun. Oh, you mean between Junpei and me? Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you? You went to school together. Yeah. Jun glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention. Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible. Hey, you think maybe we could figure out who Zero is this way? Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. It does look comfy. Yeah, it's cute. I like it. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp textbook stuff. Junpei? Jun, does any of this ring a bell? Ring a bell? Ring a bell? They looked at one another, and like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same time. Chris, I got it all figured out, okay? Zero is the guy who just exploded in the hallway, and we're in space. All right. Well, perhaps you went to school with the son of a multimillionaire. A millionaire? Son? Well, someone brought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich. Yeah, roll the credits, we're done. No. Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Zero is most likely simply the representative of a larger group. What sort of organization? It could be a number of things. An army, perhaps, or a research group. Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment. If it is, then it's a pretty effed up experiment. I mean, come on, a guy's dead. The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again. I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's got to be pretty effed up in the head to do all this. If this was all one guy, then he's got some serious issues. Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. In the end, however, they learned nothing. Alright, we're burning valuable time here. By the time they finished, 1.5 of their 9 hours were gone. You can say the F word here. Okay. Do I need to explain my F word lore? Man, look, we only got 7.5 hours left, okay? You really sure you want to just sit around? No one was willing to argue this time. Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed. It's sure not going to be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says. Jump. Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing. Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how this all works. Correct. And so long as we follow the rules, we should, it'll most likely be alright. But what? Who's going to go in which door? Jun looked towards the numbered doors. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door. And it would seem we will have to split up. Ooh, wait! Lois looked terrified. I'm telling you now, there's no way in hell that I'm going to go into door 5. Come now, don't be selfish. Call me whatever the hell you want, I'm not going in there. If I'm going to have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here. You're doing so well. I can't get blood on the few clothes that I do have on. Ace shook his head sadly. Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5. We just started, Stinger. We've been going for 2 hours. We're playing on, The reason, like, I had a lot of setup time to get this working on the 3DS capture, because I had to do things. Yeah. Ace shook his head sadly. Oh, Santa, not you two. Hey man, I just bought these shoes. If you think I'm getting some creepy dude's blood all over them, then you got another think coming. You got another think coming? I'm guessing this is a typo in the script. That was the last straw. What the hell, man? Weren't you the one who kept saying we should get going? Yeah? So? Doesn't mean I wanted to go into door 5. Oh, God. There's an awkward silence. Finally, a 7 spoke. Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me? There's another long silence. This time, Snake was the one to break it. I'll go. That sucks, because this is setting up for me to go. It's either gonna be 2 and 3 or 5. Don't worry, you'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later. Yeah, because they've got 9 plus 5 is 14, 5, and then you got 9 plus 3 plus 2. Yeah. So it could be Santa and Snake Eyes going in there. Yeah. How do you know that? Because I do. That's not an answer. You're going? I'm going too. I'm going into door 5. You can't. What am I going to do with you? There's nothing you have to do. Alright, that means we're going to need to put a big number in there to round it back around. Ace stepped forward. We need to get their number to 23. If I join you, the problem is solved, correct? 7 to 7, Snake is 2. You're 4 and my 1. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We had the 1 left. I thought the 1 decided to go to the other room. Okay, yep. Alright. Oh, it works perfectly. 4 of us can go into door number 5, but can all of us get into door number 4? Let's see, we'll have a 5, we'll have a 6 for 11. We'll have a 3 for 14. Wait, no, we have the 8, the 6, the 5. So yeah, 11, 19, 23. Yeah, that would give us like 5 for the other one. What about the other 4? What's their digital route going to be? Junpei did a quick mental calculation. It's also 5. Lotus, Hannah, June, and Junpei remained. Their basic numbers were 8, 3, 6, and 5. Oh wait, 9. Did I do math wrong? 9, 17, 22. No, it's good. It's fine. Yeah. 11, 14, 22, 4. He repeated what he determined. It's 4. After 4 bracelet numbers, the digital route is 4. And we can go into door 4. Funny how that works. Yeah, that worked out well. Junpei ran over the team assignments in his head one more time. 4 people would go into door 5. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. 4 people would go into door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True, it would be possible for him to bring June with him through door 5, but that would mean she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up. Alright then. It seems we've reached a conclusion. Shall we go? They began to walk toward door 5. Clover and Snake followed him with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei. Which door do you want to go through? God damn it! How hecked am I gonna get with these decisions? You know what? We're with the ladies. We'll be fine. Decided that door 4 would be fine. He would go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. Why had Junpei even considered doing otherwise? He would be there for June. For Akane, Kurashiki. That seemed good. He felt it was the right choice to make. He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood. He watched the other 4 walk toward their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and Seven. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear. Then, I guess there's replay value if we have all the different routes to go do. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, then laid their hands, one by one, on the scanner panel of the red. Ace grabbed the lever, his face tight with determination. He turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions. Goodbye. Be careful. As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open. The mouth of a great, hungry beast. Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant one. Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. Dude, but your nose would smell it all. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? Snake had not even bothered to turn around, but the other 3 steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companion scrambled to the door. They pressed their ears to it in an attempt to hear what might be taking place on the other side. It's beeping. It's just like before. Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet. Do you think they're okay? June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was Seven. Hey, there it is. That's got to be that dead thing. Come on, get over here. We gotta authenticate. Oh no, authentication. It's over. They gotta get the OAuth token. The beeping stopped. The sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door. Looks like it stopped. So the interesting thing, 9 is an interesting number. I've been thinking about it. So for the number 9 and the digital root stuff, you know, you have like, 9 squared is 81. And that digital root is 9, right? But if you keep on doing it and going over and over, like 9 times, what's 9 times 9 times 9? That's 729 for 9 cubed. So that'd be 7 plus 2 plus 9, 18, and it gives you 9, right? Then 729 times 9. Be 6,561. You got 6 plus 6 plus 6. Well, 6, 5, 6, 1, 6, 6, 18, 8 plus 1, 9. Alright, hang on, I need to get a calculator out. I'm pretty sure it always ends up 9. every single time. So 9 to the 5th power is 59,049, which would be 18 plus 9, 27, 7 plus 2, 9. Then you go 531,441, which would be 8, 9 plus 8, 9, 18, 9. And you go, it goes forever. Yeah, it goes forever. And I wonder if is that unique to 9? Like 8 doesn't. 8 fails at 64. That just goes to 10 to 1. But yeah, you see all the digits of 9, and they go over there. Anyway, it's interesting. Yeah, it's a unique, it's a cool property of 9. Yeah. And I'm wondering if that's why this whole digital root thing came in. Is because it's a cool property of 9, and the game has a lot of 9 all over the place. So I don't know. Math is neat. Math is neat. They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure. Yep, we're fine. Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever. Oh hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same to you. Awesome, thanks. That helps a lot. I wonder if it's possible to actually die in this game. Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there. Roger that. Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed towards door 4. They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. Four asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed this lever and turned around. You guys ready? Yeah. Sure. Let's go. None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back towards the red. All right, let's go. So if we have to go through door number 9, what's everybody's sum right now? It's like 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is 21, 26, 30, 33, 32, 34? Is the sum of 1 through 8 34? That's 7. And if only 3 to 5 people can go through a door, and the 9 door has a similar thing, then we're hecked. Oh, it's 36? Oh, yeah. God, my math is terrible. Yeah, 8 plus 7 is 15. Plus 6 is 21. Plus 5 is 26. Plus 4 is 30. Plus 3 is 33. Plus 2 is 35. Plus 1, yeah, 36. I just didn't do the last part, yeah. So that all adds up to 9. But if only 5 people can go through, it says, run! The 4 of them left through the door together. Though they had passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from the left wrist. In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash. The detonator's countdown had begun. In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists. That's 9 seconds gone. The numbered door behind them closed. The sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway. There's no way back now. They're committed. They could not find the device to deactivate their detonators. Hey, where the hell is the dead? How would I know? Don't give me that crap. Start looking. I already am. They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins. Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms. Oh no. How many rooms do you think there are? Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at least best guess there were 7 or 8 of them. Ah! F! there wasn't time to count them, to be sure. Junpei ran to the nearest door. He grabbed the knob and shook it hard. Wouldn't open. Didn't feel locked. More like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears. Shit, this one's no good. Same here. It's not moving. June was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red light. It flashed at him dimly from the end of the hallway. That's it! Over there! Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran. Hey, how many more seconds do we have? How would I know? Our time limit is 81 seconds. I know that, goddammit. I'm asking how many seconds we have left. Not likely that Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. If that was true, urgency foremost in all their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them. Hurry! Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner panel. The other 3 quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward. Ah, we're safe. Whew. Oh. Looks like it stopped. His hands began to steady. Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around. At the end of the hallway lay a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller ones. They all needed inspecting, but Junpei began with the largest of the 3, the double doors. How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage. Near the handle was a small keyhole. Above that keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass. Oh my god! It's Mars. Male? No, it's Mars. Or is it Venus? God dang, I always mix up Mars and Venus. No, yeah, okay, Mars, we got it right. Okay. My initial intuition was correct. Well, technically they are the same symbol. I saw the other one, the Venus has the female version. But I saw the number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system. Yep, there's the sun, there's Saturn, there's Earth. At least that's what I'm assuming. So this isn't the man symbol, it's a symbol for Mars. I think so, yes. While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open. Then that must mean we only have 2 more doors. Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it. Junpei figured they were probably room numbers. This is, so we're on B deck, right? B92, B93. The door on the left read B92, and the door on the right proclaimed that it led to B93. All right, let's open them. Yeah. Junpei put his hand on the doorknob for the door that said Room 92. Santa moved to the door to room 93. They had made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded. 1, 2, 3! In unison, they pushed against their respective doors and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around, saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa. Santa! God, Santa's such a silly name. Hey, huh? It opened. Yeah, it did. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. They had not expected the doors to yield so easily. Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts. Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet. As she headed for room 93, Lotus continued. Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us. Get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. Junpei and June search the other one. All right. Okay. Oh. Seek a way out. It's so extra. All right, but I need to take a brief break. Okay. I've been drinking a lot of water, so I need to take a break. Okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. to a slight complication. But we're good. All right. It's okay. How much of my 9 hours have elapsed sitting in here with the totally real-time clock? Okay. Let's explore. All right. So we have a couple. We have a little bit of areas here. Look at the map. So there's a couple different areas to go. Let's just start getting clues. Got some matches. It's a box of matches. There are matches inside, obviously. But things are weird. We should check. Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now? Yes, I'm feeling fine. June certainly looked fine. Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds. It seemed her fever really had gone down. Are you worried about me? I am worried about you. Yeah, I guess I am. June blushed and giggled. By the way, Junpei, how did you end up here? What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I? There's a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you're on D-deck. Yep, that's it. Was that really the truth? Huh? Junpei, are you hiding something from me? No! Why would I? If you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this? I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something? What would I hide? Well, I don't know anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know? You mean like the number of men I've dated? Whoa! Junpei's heart stumbled over itself. Do you want to know? He had to admit he was a little curious. Don't worry. She smiled at him. Only 18! 18! A multiple of 9 with additional root of 9. Oh my goodness. Times 0. Oh my god. Alright, that was good. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet. Different video game. And June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant. Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way. Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Junpei. When I woke up, I was on D-deck. Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school. June nodded, and for a few moments, she had a faraway look of someone in deep thought. Look for what connects the victims that will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that? Yeah, I do. So? Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it must all have something to do with a classmate of ours. Got any idea whose it might be? No, nothing. Oh. Well, it has something to do with school, and it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal. Or the janitor, or the lunch lady. No, I can barely remember any of them. I know. And Joey went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket, nothing exciting. This isn't a painting. Is it a map? Looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. It's now possible to use the map screen. Okay. Good thing I got that map. Alright. We got a map. Oh, Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. Jun looked up as he closed it. The ship is bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long. I mean, the Titanic was, what, like 880? 890? I want to say it was a hair under 900 feet, but in this range. Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. That's because it's an ocean liner. They're different. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's some sort of style choice, there's just too much. Do you remember what Zero said? Okay, new theory. They're all holograms. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg after remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Hold on, I gotta do something really quick. North Atlantic. Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other? That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason. Junpei took a moment to look around the room. Do you think this boat is the actual Titanic? Oh my god, we went back in time. The actual Titanic? You mean it, like, slipped through time? Yeah, yeah. Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912. Yeah, exactly. Totally. All right, I was close. Yeah, 880 feet was the, yeah. This is the power of Zero. Huh? What the hell are you smoking? Huh? Did I get it wrong? Junpei grinned and shook his head. No, that's not. I mean, come on. Slipped through time? Seriously? I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic. Controversy? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of it? It's pretty famous, you know. The Titanic has a sister ship that was essentially identical. I do know about they are referring to the Olympic. It's called the Olympic. Oh yes, I have heard of that. If I remember correctly, the Olympic was a ship that had a lot of problems. Well, it served as a World War I ship, and I think it was like scrapped in the 30s. The company that owned it didn't know how to get rid of it, right? So they made the Olympic up to look just like the brand new Titanic. Okay, that's not exactly true. And then they sunk it on purpose. What? That's right. They also took out a huge insurance policy on it before it set sail. Okay, I think this is now in the realm of fiction. That would mean that the real Titanic never sank. Yeah, the ships got swaps. The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret and was used as a passenger ship for more than 20 years. Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935? Huh? Well, yeah, I guess sometime around there, yeah. Well, what happened to it after that? I heard it was dismantled. I know too much about this subject. But I think in a good way. It's fun, yeah. Dismantled, yeah, it was scraps. Yeah, that doesn't matter, does it? Whichever boat the real Titanic was, it doesn't exist anymore. It was either retired and dismantled or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse. But then that would mean that this ship is... Wait. What did you just say? Huh? Sank in the Atlantic because of what? The curse. What do you mean, a curse? A curse is a curse. This one is the curse of the Egyptian mummy? What do you talk about, Jun? Junpei couldn't understand how Jun had maintained a straight face to say that. Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amon-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that? Ever heard that one? Alright, I have not heard about this. Seriously, I do not think this is history, but if this has actual historical fact, let me know. So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse? That's right. June's eyes had lit up with excitement, like a child with a new toy. That's stupid. I don't buy it. It's true. How can you be so sure? That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. It was really mysterious, totally unbelievable. What is so unbelievable about it? Well, supposedly, she was really pretty. Pretty? Yes. But she was a mummy. That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She looked just like she was alive. Oh, I get it. It's that thing, I don't remember the name, where your body turns into some kind of wax. The dead body is put in the right sort of environment. The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And yes, saponification. That's not what it was. Huh? That's not it. She wasn't wax. Then what is it? They say that she was frozen. What? Frozen? That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. June and Junpei talked a little more, and they went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she told him. Ice that wouldn't melt even in the desert. Could such a thing really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. What's this perfume bottle? It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Junpei, do you want to take a shower together? Whoa! Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. Alright, we got a keyhole. We got an old key for a dresser. Key. You think it's the key to the dresser? That vase looks expensive. I wonder how much we could get for it. Are you gonna steal it? This is kind of a weird looking picture. You think it's an abstract painting or something? It looks kind of like a demon with an elephant-like nose. Sucking on a human being's brain. Yo, Akane, you're, what's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind. She's a little out there. That's the bathroom wall. There are square tiles all over it. Are those tiles, do they mean anything? With a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. It's for putting soap on. I used to shower once, so I know. It's a shower head. It feels dry too. That probably means no one has used it in a long time. A collection of full and partially depleted rolls of toilet paper. Someone was well prepared. There's nothing too suspicious about it. What about in the toilet? Now let's check the toilet. There's nothing there. The tank's empty too. There isn't even any water in it. Okay. It's just a shower head. There's nothing special about it. Okay. Yeah, why don't we go back to the living room? Okay, let's go back. There's probably something in there later. Maybe, where are you going? I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do do you mean why? I'm just gonna go check up on them. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. Leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. Wait. Candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. It's on an iron candlestick. That's a pretty big candle. If you light it, it'll probably get really bright. Ooh. Well, this is a display case. Check it out. These plates and shit look really expensive. Want to take a look? Why, you stupid thing, open. It's locked? Yeah, it looks that way. We need to find the key that opens it. Well, do I have one? Damn. Guess that's the wrong key. Okay. That means there's gotta be another one somewhere around here. Otherwise, we aren't gonna be able to open this thing. It's a round wooden table. Alright, so you probably need to combine these together. It's a tile with a black and white pattern on it. There's a square tile in this frame. It's glued in there quite well. I don't think you can take it out. Can we rotate it? Yeah, so I'm guessing we're gonna have to fill that in. Is there anything in the toilet? Guess not. Tank's empty too. So they're mirror images of each other. Some toilet paper. We've got 2 rolls, I guess. 2 rolls should be enough. I think there's a little shelf for putting soap on. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. Okay, yeah. Hey, Junpei. That room is pretty dark. Don't you have something that'll give us some light? Something that'll give us some light. Oh, I got a candle. Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa. I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. There are a number of expensive looking plates in here. So I need to light the candle. Oh, I have the matches. Okay, yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. We got a lit candle. Awesome. With the light from this candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. It gets so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down. Well, why don't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there, at least it won't fall over. Oh yeah, good idea. Hey, it got pretty bright. Now we can look around a little. Let's see if this, yes, it works. Oh, we got a square. That's a strange design. Is it ceramic? Doesn't look like there are any puzzles in it. So I guess we have to make the rooms match mirrored. Oh, we got a curtain. Curtain, huh? Well, it's got all these metal rings, probably so you could hang it from something. You know? Yeah, it doesn't look like a normal curtain. The way it feels, I think it's probably waterproof. Should make this a shower curtain. Shower curtain, huh? Ooh. 2 pillows in a pile. Oh. A pile of pillows. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Hey, calm down. Anything under the blanket? Nope, nothing suspicious here. Hey, what the hell? Just got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out. We should go see. Heck. There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? The top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right. It's all bumpy. Is it a key? It is a key. Woo. It's too dark to see. Dang it. I can barely make out the bed in the darkness. Sleep would be nice, but it'd probably cost me my life. We can sleep when we're dead. Yeah, alright, we're in. Alright, pull that shit open. Okay, we got 2 pieces. Hey, Junpei, you got a minute? Santa had showed up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start. Here, take this. Santa pulled something out of his pocket. It looked like a bookmark. It had 4-leaf clover in it. What is this? I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway. Why don't you hold on to it? Santa gave him a wry smile. You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Nope. Hope, faith, love, and luck. Damn straight. And you hate these things? Yeah, you got a problem with that? Not really, but Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say. What does a bookmark have to do with any of that? Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward. Well, see, each leaf of the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? That meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like a flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So a leaf language, I guess. Yeah, you could call it that. Call them leaf words. Leaf words? Junpei looked at the bookmark. Hope, faith, love, and luck. So yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, alright? Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. Junpei. What do you want to do? Hold on to it, coward. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently he hadn't thought of that. Well, I guess you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure, you don't want it? I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want it. No homo. Why don't you give it to Lotus? Good idea. Will do. Santa turned and headed off the other room. Hey, you old bag. I just found the perfect thing for a woman in her 40s! He walked into the next room, waving the bookmark. Junpei turned back to his work. Yo, we made the right choice here, and heard a faint sound from the other room, the sound of bones breaking. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Junpei returned to his search with renewed vigor. Hey Junpei, that towel you've got, you think maybe you're supposed to put it in one of these empty spaces? I mean, the pattern does look kind of the same, doesn't it? He's right. I think so too. But if that is the case, you're going to need to collect all 3 tiles, right? Don't you think we should collect all of them before you start putting them in? Okay. shower knob. I tried turning it, but no water comes out. This wall covered in small square tiles. They've all got geometric shapes on them. There's a curtain rod running along the ceiling. Let's put that shower curtain under those hooks. What's the message gonna be? Open it up. Ah, there's a hole. Wow, that's a pretty obvious peephole. Somebody's really dedicated. Well, the hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted it to be caught. So you're saying maybe the one getting spied on was into that shit? Maybe they were into like those home invasion fantasies. What are we talking about? Home invasion? Interesting, I see. You two are real idiots, you know that? This has to have some purpose, right? Yeah, we're in the bathroom. Room 93. Try spraying the curtains. There we go. There's a hole in the curtain. If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Alright, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Looking through this hole, I can see a white tile, 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Let's have a closer look, shall we? Nothing strange here. Nope, this thing's not budging. Let's try the other side, then we'll go to the other room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's go to the other room. What's up? You're going all the way back already? Well, I can't just leave June there by herself. What, you think you're her knight or her protector or something? You're creeping me out. Whatever, man. I'm going. Alright, so we have this guy. I'm guessing the room is like a perfect mirror, right? So if we go into the bathroom... I think there might be something on the shower curtain? Well, maybe. Wanna try closing it? Don't seem to be anything here. Yeah, you're right. Let's put it back. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Here it is. Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails, and yes! Oh! It's the plate! Chat, type 1 if you're enjoying 999. Alright, so we got that shape. Okay, alright. I'm guessing we're gonna mirror image this in the other room. Actually, no, it's the same. Here, I'm gonna try and make the, oh shit. Alright, are they mirrored? No, they're not mirrored. Yes, I did it. There, picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside. Yeah, you can look in there, Santa. Oh! It's the Mars key. Okay. Whew. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down. What's the deal with this picture, anyway? Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused. I think I've seen this picture before. Where? In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book. What's this interesting theory of yours? Morphogenetic field, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. And I can't deal with this, just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache. Santa put his hands on his head, as though he were in a great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction, and continued. It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shapes of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye. What part of that isn't difficult exactly? Lotus did not look pleased. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it is close enough for a simple approximation. Sally suddenly burst into laughter. Are you serious? Telepathy? Who do you think we are, kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that. Yes, I agree. Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching on to a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book. Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke. Hey, what do you think this picture looks like? Santa answered first. What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? Just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it. What about you, Junpei? There's a hidden code! I guess it looks like... Funyarimpa? Sure, we'll go with that. A Funyarimpa? See, I mean, this totally looks like one. Here and there. Here, Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funyarimpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funyarimpa? You mean, you don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarimpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman. Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See, like this. Lotus pointed out parts of the picture. Eventually a dog took shape in them. It looked as though she had a point. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement. So? Now I know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us. Lotus nodded and began to speak. A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. The first picture was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment... First, they sent the pictures to other parts of the world where British radio and television didn't reach. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects. All in all, there were roughly 1,000 people. Those 1,000 people were shown the two pictures and asked, what does the picture look like to you? The results, in and of themselves, were not terribly interesting. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. So is this like actually a real like photo that they put in? They didn't make it up. Then 2 days later, they broadcast a new show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it could be assumed that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture now totaled over 200,000 people. After another 2 days had passed, they gathered a number of research subjects from areas where British TV and radio did not exist. This time, they were only able to find a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them were people who had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were shocking. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test had yielded a 9.2% success rate. The change was not statistically significant. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog grew from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There is no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen the picture. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean? Lotus looked back and forth, and Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she were very nearly possessed. There was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes. Does this have something to do with that field or whatever it is that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye? So if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field? Psych! Her manner suddenly shifted and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off. Oh, I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Teehee. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all. At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure. Right. Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I really thought you were serious. Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience. But what if it's real? Oh, okay, right. Santa and Lotus laughed and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear. All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here. Word. Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, but Junpei stayed staring at the picture of the dog. A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. All right, I guess we're out. All right, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door. Okay. Roger that. We don't have any reason to go back there, Junpei. Come on. Yes, it unlocked. Good job, Junpei. Good, now we can get going. Come on. What are you guys standing around for? Let's get out of here. Come on, Junpei, let's go. All right, let's go. You found it. They stepped through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway. Junpei, June, Lotus, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. A short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway. It took hold and shook, but it refused to move. Nearby was a pair of elevators. It took only a few button presses to determine that the elevators would not respond to their efforts. They could only assume the elevators were not powered. There's only one door left. Well, looks like we don't have any choice. Yeah, sure does. Well then, let's open it. Junpei grabbed hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. He entered, slowly trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly. Oh, so it's a kitchen. Santa did not look pleased. What were you expecting? Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here. You really think it'd be that easy? Yeah, I know. Still. As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room, until at least she stood in front of a door. If we could just get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier. Don't we need a key for that? Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did. Hey! What's that? Huh? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B deck. Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him. She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself. I knew it. See? Look. Junpei did as he was told. Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well. See? We came in here. If we go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate. With her finger, Lotus traced a path on the map. She was right. Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei. He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket. There's a card reader on the right side of the door. And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right? That seems the most likely. Alright. We know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues. Okay. There it is again. Seek a way out. Wow, this pot looks like it's made out of silver. I bet drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with June drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me? Junpei? Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. It's a note. It's got a bunch of stuff written on it, but it doesn't look like a code or anything like that. A voucher. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood. Okay. Those 9 plates look pretty expensive. 9? They're plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Okay, okay, well, excuse me, princess? You know, somehow I doubt this line was like this in the original chat. Okay, Link. 1, 2, 3. There's 10 of them. You flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate. They're soup plates. They're made that way so that the soup doesn't spill. If we ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out. What makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that? I think there are 15 of these plates. I'm assuming they're for seafood. How the hell can you tell that? They look just like any other plate from the 99-cent store. If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're going to embarrass yourself. Yeah, welcome home, Lou. I feel sorry for June. What? Why the hell are you bringing that up, June? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You're not terribly subtle. There's a bunch of little wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. Ugh, you really are ignorant, aren't you? Wow, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. Oh wait, hold on, there was something back here. It looks like you can enter numbers into this thing. Is it an oven timer? Probably for entering a passcode. After all, the oven door is locked. My guess is that'll open if we put in the correct code. These buttons are for entering a passcode. We don't have a passcode yet, though. I should probably look for some hints before I start messing around with this. Well, okay, no brute force allowed. Okay. An iron oven. Looks pretty heavy duty. It's probably industrial quality. I bet you could cook anything with this. Anyway, let's have a look inside. Blast, I knew it. It's locked. All I've got here is a pot and a frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of an idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Hey man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? We got a whetstone. A whetstone? What are you planning to do with that? Sharpen a knife. If you do that, then we'll never get out of here. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be bad, huh? This whetstone is only going to be useful if I need to sharpen something. A sink. Still got water in it. There's a couple plates in there, but I don't think they're going to help us much. Why so serious? Trash can. There's nothing inside of it. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. There's nothing in here either. Hey, Santa, digging through the trash really suits you. What the hell did you say? Listen, lady, I did you a favor. I knew you'd just piss and moan, so I did it for you. Oh, my. I don't recall asking you to do anything. Yeah. I had to throttle you. What? Excuse me? Does it feel colder in here? Door's locked, it won't open. Hey Santa, could you open that door, please? What the hell? There's no way I could open that thing. Guess you're getting to that age where your eyes start to go, huh? Wow, you better watch your mouth, boy, or someone won't live long enough to see that door opened. Yeah, get hecked. This has got the two of them on edge. We gotta get out of here and fast. Countertop. We've got a rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful, in other words. This is the door we came in through. It's not locked, so we can go back out, but what's the point, right? All that's out there is an iron gate and a dead-end hallway. Yep. Might as well be locked for all the good going back out there, dude. There are some bottles of seasoning in here. Wonder what this drawer is. See the metal grate on top of the grill? They make it like that so the fat and juices can drip off of the meat while it cooks. Alright, it's going. You think this was all part of Zero's plan? Probably. Kinda hard to believe there's a chef on board somewhere. Looks like the area under the plate opens up. No, you can't. I already checked. It's sealed shut. I think that's where the coal goes. I want to go around the corner. It looks like I can't. Oh. Yo, bread? Hey. Oh, cheese. It literally says cheese on it. Okay, it's not... Yeah. There's something behind the cheese. You're right. Why don't you move some of the cheese? Alright, guys. Time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. There's a little green bottle back there. It's a bottle of oil. Oh, look, cooking oil. You could probably use this to make something slippery. Can we use this to open up the... Oh. There's so much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans. There's probably a pantry. There's milk in here. Milk in an iron barrel? Judging by the rust, it's probably really old. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I don't think it'd be a pretty sight. Looks like some kind of large tin container. Well, it's empty. Oh, now there's a good old weapon, a rusty knife. I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this. The knife seemed important. Jimmy thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was. It's futile. Futile? You know, a waste, unless useless, pointless. Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up? Oh, no reason, really. I was just thinking about futility. She wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing his question. Why were you thinking about futility? At last, she answered. Well, it has something to do with the Titanic. The Titanic? Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? No. No, I haven't. What is it? In 1892, 14 years before the... Oh, there's a book. There's a book that came out about some ocean liner that hit an iceberg and I actually do know about this. Yeah, someone wrote a book that basically had the same exact premise of what happened with the actual Titanic. A novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. I do know about this book. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause, and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It's almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. Yeah, it's the scenario is similar, but a lot of the details are not quite that. Now the ship in the book is called the Titan, which is actually really funny. So one in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. And the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank. I don't know, I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships. Right. I knew you'd say that. But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing? Or what if he just knew a lot about ships? What, automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about that thing where someone says they're possessed by a spirit? Then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing? Yes. What do you mean, yes? That's just a load of bull. Okay, so let's say hypothetically that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by spirits of dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff? That's not it. Well, that's not it. Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing. What? What are you smoking? William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes, 20 years before it happened. He decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably. Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay? Huh? But... Her voice trailed off, and she glanced at the floor, troubled. Toot toot. Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. Alright, let's combine you. Now I got a brand new knife. Should be able to cut something pretty good with this. Ah, yeah, all that rust is gone. Perfect. Yeah, the book is it's a real book. It's interesting. What can I use the knife to cut? Oh. It's a bolt, and it's really rusty. Will this even open? We won't know until we try. Let's give it a shot. Oh, this is what the oil's for. Alright, let's see if you're gonna come out. Damn, no dice. The bowl is rusted in place. It won't budge. Of course! Maybe I put some oil on it. Hey, there's a little bit of oil in. Come on, you little son of a bitch. Whoa! Ha, yes, got you, you little bastard. You did it, Junpei. You're so smart. Oh my god. As Junpei walked in the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. Brrr, it's cold in here. What is this place? The freezer? Are you blind? It's a freezer, idiot. Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation. Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Oh, stop being dramatic. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm gonna leave the rest to you. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in. Oh, it's really cold in here. White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this. No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now. But Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had once recently come through was closed. Oh! Junpei rushed to the door. Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. Ow! It was cold beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful. The doorknob had been frozen solid. They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured. Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door. Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door! She wasted no time responding. What do you want? What's going on? The door won't open. Try opening it from that side, please. Ugh, fine. You say so. Hold on. Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. Yeah. Yeah. Then the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting as if from exertion. It's no use. It won't budge. You got more people in there. You figure it out. Wow. Heck you, Lotus. God damn it. Sam was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently. What if she shut the door? Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're going to be permanent residents. Shoe heads are better than... No, I'm sure we'll figure something out. Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay? Right. They pushed in close to one another and began to search. This thing's frozen solid. This pork. Yeah, seems like it. What's this thing? It looked like a tag or something. Chunk of pork. Ooh. Jimpy, is there a slip of paper in that meat? Oh, we're gonna have to grill this later. I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. If we try and pull it out, it'll probably rip. We need to defrost that. Don't think we're gonna be doing that in this room. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna have to go grill some meat. Everything's frozen in here. Doesn't look like there's anything else interesting. Dry ice. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself. Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right? Yep. I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again. Hell if I know. How's that going to help us anyway? Oh, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here. They're about to move on when June spoke up. Carbon dioxide sublimation point is minus 109 degrees. Any warmer than that and it'll turn into gas. Any lower and it becomes a solid. Well, if it's 109, it can't be minus 109 in here. We'd be dead already. Junpei looked at her dumbfounded. How do you know that? Teehee. Woman's secret. Despite my looks, I'm the queen of a random knowledge. Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Argle mouth. Oh, if you're so cold, your mouth's going numb? Yep. Well, that's wise. You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you? June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself. Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first. Santo's now shivering at an astounding rate, but its curiosity seemed unaffected. Alright, chat, you all know the term for going straight from a solid to a gas? Here, I'll give you your middle school science quiz. Yeah, sublimation. Junpei, however, was not in a mood to discuss science. It did strike Junpei as rather odd. Yeah, it's not sublimating right now. But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. About 1 atmosphere normal air pressure, it won't turn into a liquid, right? That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change. Immediately from a solid state to a gas. Okay, so they define it here for you. There you go, yay! See, that is weird. Water's all a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? June replied with an answer that stunned both of them. There's kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees. Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees? I mean, there's water that freezes at 96 degrees? Yeah. Well, you can also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June. So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called? I heard it's called Ice 9. Ice 9? That only exists as a high pressure. It was made up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists. Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9? Or is it water? Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure, the crystallization, the hardness, and structure are completely different. So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that? Yep. She wasn't finished. Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it, did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin that was en route to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Naturally, scientists worldwide wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and began asking for samples of the seed. Well, we're getting a huge science lesson here, aren't we? A seed is, of course, a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be a simple matter. However, something very strange happened. Oh, this is from the opening cutscene. It's this looks like a face-centered cubic structure. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, nearby samples did as well. It didn't end there. After that day, all glycerin in the world began to crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. What? Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it's almost like, how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. But, this game is more into wiki dumping than Kojima is. CQC, you mean close quarters combat? I mean, I think this is all bullshit, so I'm a little annoyed. June was nice, but he'd had enough of ridiculous stories. So all of a sudden, a substance began to crystallize without a seed crystal. That seemed unlikely. No. Impossible. Yeah, what's up, Spoon? In fact, it was utterly ridiculous. Even so, Junpei couldn't help but ask. What does that have to do with Ice 9? To his surprise, it was Santa, not June, who answered. What you're saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. It's like, if the dry ice is not sublimating in this room, it's definitely above, it would be your theoretical Ice 9. Water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees. Man, it'd be the end of the world. Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern. At any rate, we're not going to have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick. Yo, what's up, Worm? He was right. Junpei shivered. Alright, guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far. Off topic. I mean, I like how we're having this conversation while we're freezing to death. We can't be screwing around anymore. Seriously? I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here. Santa stopped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him. Selfish, isn't he? Thought Junpei to himself. Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search. The story of Ice 9 had him interested. I know there's like Ice 10 or something like that. However, I am doubtful on these Ice 9 shenanigans. Junpei looked at June or Ice 5. There's definitely like Ice X. You know, some ice and a number attached to it. I remember from my material science courses, and resumed his search of the room. Alright. Maybe it just needs more of a shock, you know? More of a shock? Hit it with the pork. Hey, Junpei. Did you find some dry ice earlier? Yeah. There's warm water coming out of that pipe. Warm water and dry ice? What do you think would happen if we put that stuff in a sealed container together? The shelves are covered with frozen food. Nothing special about that. We got sturdy rope. There's so much stuff in here. Why don't we take some of it out, Jumpy? There's water bottle. Let's combine that with okay. There we go. Is there anything else here that looks useful? There's water dripping from this pipe. Looks like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water actually seems almost warm. Quick, everybody. Go wet yourself. Yeah. I remember a lot of different ice formulations. Is there anything else in here I should get? There isn't anything else here that looks useful. Okay, no. Oy. But does Ice 9 melt at 100 degrees? Water bottle. Yes, it is. It's a rope. Well, we could use it to attach something to something else, I suppose. Let's try putting the dry ice into the water bottle. But the dry ice is too big. We gotta figure out a way to make it smaller then, don't you, genius? Oh, we gotta chop it up. Dry ice? Can't you make that stuff cause an explosion if you seal it in something that's airtight? Explode? Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas. Ew. Alright, well I need to make it smaller with something. I was gonna like try and mash it somewhere, but the shells are covered with frozen food. Nothing special about that. This thing is covering something. It's frozen solid. I can't flip it over. It's a thin pipe. Warm water flowing from the pipe. Ice around the doorknob. I need to crush the dry ice if I want to get it in the bottle. So slam it on something, dude. Okay, yeah, none of my combinations will. I was thinking just slam it on the ground somewhere, but. All right, what am I not seeing here? Is there anything under here? I'm not noticing anything. Nothing under here. And there's nothing back down here. How do you want me to crush the ice? No luck. It's too hard. I can't break it. There's too much mist to see what's going on over the other end. Chunk of pork's not gonna be useful until later we get out. Dry ice. Oh, we're all freezing to death. We're all totally freezing to death. How do I crush? How does it want me to crush the ice? There must be something I'm not interacting with. Use his forehead, you know, that's a good idea. Oh, okay. Frozen chicken. We needed the frozen chicken. Okay. Alright, there we go. Let's try a rope on here. Perfect. So, yeah, because the rope will... You need the rope, because otherwise the bottle's going to rupture before it gets really nasty. So by putting the rope on, it's going to make sure that it stays together longer, so the pressure builds up, so you got a stronger explosion. But I'm doubtful it would take out a door, I'll say. I'm doubtful this would be enough to take out a door. The cap would blow off, something else would fail. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door. Junpei pulled out the water bottle filled with dry ice, let a good amount of water fall in, and then quickly sealed it up tight. The makeshift bomb complete, he tied it to the doorknob and quickly as he could managed the cold. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now? We just need to give a little, tap. Ball's already about to pop. We just need to throw a rock or something at it. It'll go off all on its own. Small rock, small rock. Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across were pieces of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he crushed earlier. Alright, this ought to do the trick. He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice. It was a pretty good size. About as big as a pool ball. He figured it'd be just about the right size. Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere. Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern. Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius? In the storage compartment! You're standing on top of it. There isn't really anywhere big enough. Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide in there. Jerry pulled open the door to the small cellar. Yeah. Come on. Come on, get inside, quick. Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill, the frozen carbon dioxide, even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw. All right, here it goes. 3, 4, 5. You're counting the wrong way. Oops. That was a really sad excuse for a joke, man. Sorry, dude. All right, for real this time. You guys ready? Yes. Whenever you're ready. Just throw the damn thing. All right, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June, just as... Whoa! Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door. Junpei! The ice on the door, is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. The blast must have shattered it. Alright, so I feel instead of crushing the dry ice to blow it up, maybe we could have just crushed the ice on the door with dedicated impacts. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. We're free! Let's grill some pork chop. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once. Hooray! We're out! June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor. Move! Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed. Ow! God damn it! Hot, 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 hot! F! He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage. But where was Lotus? It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. Welcome back. I'm starting to get tired of waiting for you guys. The great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her. What were you doing? What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting. We were gonna die. Oh yeah? But you didn't, so everything worked out alright, didn't it? What the hell? Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried. Don't give me that crap. I'm telling you the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door, but I couldn't find anything. So all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did he want me to do? Call the cops? It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth. Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you. What's that? You didn't close the door, did you? What? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too. She was right. And Junpei knew it. Without them, she'd be in very serious trouble. It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure. If Lotus had really wanted to kill them, all she would have had to do was bar the door from the outside. And she didn't. Well, she hadn't done anything. The most she was guilty of was laziness or negligence, not attempted murder. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. Oh yes, well that's alright, as long as you understand. Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back towards Junpei and Lotus. Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death. Wow! How rude! I was plenty busy. Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Santa sucks! I hate this guy. Let's go. Alright, let's go grill a pork chop. Guess I'll put this meat on the grill. Hey, what are you doing? What are you going to do if the paper burns? Well, I'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's going to burn right away, right? You just got to keep an eye on it. The paper will be fine. Well, they can argue all they want. I'm going to keep an eye on this pork. Cool, looks like it's about time. We should eat. I'm going to try taking the paper out. Jumpy, be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know when I'm... Ow! See? I told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. Well, we gotta cut it out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. So we're gonna have to cut the meat? Yeah, it looks that way. Luckily, we have a new knife. Alright, now that I've sharpened the knife... Yes, I cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei. Now we can cut out the paper. Pork note. I don't know why this is amusing to me. C plus 10 plus F. Well, C is 3. F is 6. C plus 10 plus, do you think it's some kind of code? Yeah, they're just screwing around. Junpei, do you know what C and F stands for? I think maybe it means corporate and finance. I thought it was clever and funny. Yeah, this pork smells good. But we should have a snack. I was supposed to use to enter that password. Maybe if we put in the right numbers, it'll open the oven door. I'll press E. If I screw up, then I'll just press C, right? Yeah. Let's give it a shot. C. 10. 6. C. Well, C would be 3, 10, 6. Oh, it's a three-letter code, or 3, okay. C plus 10 plus F. Well, I rate this game a 9 out of 9. Oh my goodness. I wonder if it is definitely a 3-digit code. Do I have the information I need for this? C plus 10 plus F. Shit, it didn't work. Do you think the note we found in the pork wasn't a hint? C plus 10 plus F? There aren't any letters on the input device. Maybe we could find a way to convert letters to numbers. Oh yeah. The voucher we found next to the plates had some letters on it, didn't it? Maybe they've got something to do with it. That voucher next to the plates? The one that didn't go into our inventory? The voucher at the end of the counter. This voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood F on the voucher. So it'd be 9 plus 10 plus 9 plus 10 plus 15. In hexadecimal? That's the normal system of numbers. The base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal numbers would go like this. A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, D equals 13, E equals 14, F equals 15. 10 equals 16. And then 10 becomes 16 in base 10. I know it sounds strange, but you can think of it as just 6 letters added onto the normal number system after 9. Alright. I wasn't gonna go that far, but yeah. Okay. So I have to convert it back to decimal. C plus 10 plus F. Because C is, what? 10 is A, 11 is B, 12 is C, 13 is D, 14 is E, 15 is F. So it'd be 12 plus 15 plus 10. Should be 37. Well, it's A. Also, let me work it out. Let me work it out. Let me work it out. Give me a badge. Yeah. Kiawa badge. So what would 10 be? Do I need to put the solution in hex or in decimal? Because 10 and hex would be 16. So that'd make it 16 plus 15 plus 12. Should be 31, 43. Sounds like metal is falling. Well, I guess that went well. Yeah! The door opened. Good job, Junpei. It's Saturn! This was like a lowercase h, but the line next to it is throwing me off. This is the symbol for Saturn. Remember? There's an elevator next to the main staircase. Isn't there a mark like this on the card reader next to it? Oh yeah, I remember that. I guess that means the card ain't gonna help us get out of this room, though. I'm not sure. Want me to try it out? It did! Yes! I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Junpei. Let's get out of here. Yeah, just smile if don't give me any hints. If I see you have an ad break, I also need to take another slight food break as soon as we get through in here. You found it! They stepped out of the kitchen and into a hallway that looked rather familiar. Metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were two elevators and the entrance to the kitchen. They had entered the kitchen from one door and came out the other. That meant that their map of the ship's interior was accurate. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. There were 4 possible routes. A, B, C, and D. First, A and B. A and B both seemed to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the 2 doors that led to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase. That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway? No, I don't think we will. Why not? Look. Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means? They opened it. Most likely. And if we take Route C, we're going backwards. That would be pointless. Then that means... All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase. Its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship. Route D, then. D it is. Yep, Route D. Then we're set. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the sea deck. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck beneath. Yeah, can anyone confirm the YouTube is being jumpy? Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. Water gazed back at them, smooth surface like a great mirror. As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort from the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. They turned back to sea deck. It didn't take them long to find the 2 elevators in front of the stairs. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor, with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between them. On the card reader was a strange mark. Hey look, it's Lotus's symbol. Huh? See, it's the woman's symbol with a thorn on it. That seems like... Is that Mercury? Ouch, 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 ouch. Seems good to me? Okay, it seems it may just be you, Kilgana. Lotus had taken kind of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat. Such violence! Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up. This is a Mercury symbol. The thorn symbolizes the wings on Hermes' staff. Hermes. Herpes. Whatever. What? Dude, Santa, what is wrong with you? Well, let me look at my stats. I have dropped 31 frames total on Twitch, out of 141,000. So, no, 1.4 million. Okay, yeah, we're good. I've sent out 1.4 million frames out to you. If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere. In other words, we need a key card with the mercury symbol on it. Probably. They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. A hallway stretched out to the left. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging. Damn it, if we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them. I think the sun already set. I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon. That's even worse. Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we? Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To their right was a small hallway. Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors. Let's open it. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh, there's like little shitty beds. Oh, we got doors. He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak. What the hell is this? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They are simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at least been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room swam with the harsh, biting smell of antiseptic. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine and a number of medical devices that the function of which Junpei did not know. How's the ship? Well, that's good. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. And the rightmost door had an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at the doors. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Junpei headed toward the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. God, are we almost done with the game? We found most of the doors, of the 9 doors. This would be, we found 7 of the 9 doors. It's no use. Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the nonary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant. Oh yeah, you're right. This one. There's nothing on it. Right? I wonder if it's broken. Well, only one way to find out. It didn't respond. All 4 took turns placing their hands to the red, but refused to respond. Let's check the other doors. They pulled the lever and still it did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely. Around door 7 also refused to respond. Well, I don't think they can make 7 or 8 with their current numbers anyway, so... And door 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean? I knew it. They're broken. CEO sure sucks at maintenance, got him. Why do we even have that lever to make it stressful? To basically pull the lever to confirm? No, that's impossible. Really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake? Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working. It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them. I believe the bottom of the device has been removed. They spun around to see... Snake! And not the bad situation Snake. Snake! It was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and Seven quickly filed into the room as well. Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. How did we miss them? If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised. How? How'd you end up here? After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. No, it was very useful, but that hardly mattered. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The 9th man had died. But they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy. Junpei thought the joy of being alive, still alive. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. There you have it, our half of the story. This part finished. Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought, then he spoke. So I wonder if I picked a different route, if I would have different puzzles to solve. When you guys got here, the bases for the reds were already gone. You looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything? So you figured. But there might be something in the hallway with all the doors. So you went and had a look? Yeah? And while you're looking around, you heard voices? Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here? Indeed. That was how we found you. Junpei examined the 3 reds again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, thin gap. It looked like a slot for something. Probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. The red isn't active. We can't keep going. Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there anywhere else we can go? No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else. Hospital rooms? That's what's behind all these doors? Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one. Can we check the map? Okay. Oh, we just have B deck. We're down at C deck right now. There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked. There's an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter. Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere. I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. Well, a lot of these old cruise ships, well, ocean liners, as they are known, they were recruited as hospital ships in World War I. So maybe that's gonna make an appearance here. Of all people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence. Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic. The Gigantic? Junpei looked confused. Hi, Mish. So did everyone else. What is this Gigantic? Seven knit brows for a moment, then began to explain. The Gigantic. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships who were identical to one another in nearly every way. Well, it was the Britannic and the the Olympic were them. No, not the Oceanic. The Olympic and the Britannic. The Gigantic, I think, is a made-up name. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine. Oh, this is the Britannic. The Britannic is the one that ran into the mine and sank, like, instantly. The Olympic was like a troop transport that went back and forth ferrying people between, like, the US and Europe and everywhere. But the Britannic went down pretty quickly. She managed to run aground after the incident and consequently was not sunk. But the Britannic did sink. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her. Lord Gordain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordain's eye. So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship? Yeah. At least I think I am. That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What? That's it? Well, have you got any proof? Proof? Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic. Well, this ship's got stuff like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured. Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason. No, I've got more. Like? Well, I mean... Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. It's still frickin' weird, chat. For those of you just joining us, I said this at the start of stream. I had no idea this featured like the Titanic and all of that. And you're on a boat that's basically the Titanic, and you're sinking and all that. I watched the Titanic movie last week after not seeing it in forever. Not knowing that it's going to be relevant to this game. It's kind of, maybe telepathy is real, you know. It got willed that I was playing the game, so it willed me to go watch Titanic. It's been 84 years. Now quiet, let me finish my story. I was going to tell you. Stop interrupting me. Yeah, like literally, like the game knew. How did the game know? It's actually creepy. Yeah, holy shit. Alright, Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid me. Lotus piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Well, I mean, finally opened his mouth. I don't know. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it? Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, wait a minute. memory isn't back? Junpei was, he felt legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why? Oh yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before he ran into you on the stairs. I told him I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. What? It almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. Oh shit, we're halfway done. It's midnight. We still got 6 hours left, right? We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds. What do you mean, find? How on earth did you propose we do that? We've looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look. One? Well, I guess that's not really right. Wait! Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms. Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them. 4 rooms. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each person does 6 rooms, that'll be 48 rooms, right? So there are 48 rooms left. Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know. After a little more discussion, they split up and headed toward the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. So the starboard side is the right side of the ship. They also determined when they would return to report their findings. The next time, the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Yep. You want to know my way of remembering port and starboard? It's dumb. Out into the hallway they went, but I guarantee you, you will never forget if that confuses you of which is left and which is right. What is port? No, I said port and left have the same number of letters, 4. And yeah, that's why, same number of letters, port and left. And then starboard, the other one. Out in the hallway, they went each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. He did so only once. It was 1 a.m. He jogged through the entrance to the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, 7, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Junpei, look! She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red read vacant. Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it. Well? Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What is up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Oh yeah, and then the way I remember larboard is larboard starts with an L and is left. So yeah, that's how I knew that from the Final Fantasy XIV boss mechanic. L for left. Yep. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing we don't know. You don't know? When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other two? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other two boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me. Santa just shrugged. Yeah, FF14 didn't invent the term. It just used it. Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, and Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean that he found them? I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either. I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person. Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to? Maybe he's lost. Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible. Suddenly she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible. Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him. The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover, wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, but she was gone. Damn it. What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should go look for them. Oh man, this ain't good. Oh yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots. Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. Dot, 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 dot. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, we should go too. Yes, let's go. But where should we start? Let's see. Yo, let's go live it up in first class. What about the first class cabin on B deck? Alright, sounds good. They took off up the stairs at a run. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Talk to her. Are you alright? He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but you could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to. Alone. Her voice was thin, barely audible. Alone. Alone. I said, leave me alone! Suddenly she was screaming. You're so annoying. Just go away and leave me alone. Just looking at you guys is pissing me off. Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just... Alright. Let's go, June. Yeah. They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake, and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. So where do you think we should go next? I'm gonna save. I haven't saved in a while. I think this computer chip that we have on here makes me wonder, like, is it a simulation? Alright, before we continue further, I have not eaten dinner. So we're gonna take a brief recess while I go heat up a pizza or something. Be right back. I have returned. Where to next? Where to next? Let's go back to the large hospital room. Alright. Probably the best idea. Together they ran down the stairs. On the way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? Stalk him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa. What are you doing? Well, you can't tell. I'm checking out the red. Why? Is there something bothering you? What? It's not bothering you? Huh? This. The guts of this red. Why don't you wonder who the hell put it back in there? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? Someone other than the 8 of them. Maybe there's someone else on this ship with us. I mean, someone hiding here? Yeah, well, I mean, it's just 90. And you're saying this mysterious person fixed the reds? Yeah, they have the mysterious maintenance guy, you know? Why? That's, I don't know. Santa shoved his hands into his pockets and cracked his knuckles. Seems unlikely. Why? I don't know, just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero would bring in a secret 10th player. I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake. You know what Nonary means, right? It means 9. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, more like someone who's been living here for a long time. Or someone who, like, stayed here. Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone? Junpei furrowed his brow. So in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo. We have a winner. Well, that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the red. Yeah. But why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that. Maybe they got specific instructions. Maybe Snake Eyes didn't translate everything on the letter. Maybe he left some information out. Something bad? Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance. Think maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There's something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? Now let's go to the casino. It's gambit time. Okay. They're quick in their pace and headed for B-Deck. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She's leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Junpei didn't think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? Sure. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah, what you needed me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door? Even if we wanted to, that's impossible. Jimmy's bracelet is number 5 minus 6, and yours is 8. Our digital route would be 1. I like how they put the math there for us. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we would add another person. Huh? Who? Wasn't that easy? 7. She was right. If they added 7, they could go through the 8 door. But the others would get stuck. Yeah. Those 4 would be 1. That's right. You know, the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. Are you saying you'd leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off this ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? The enemy wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. You never know until you try. No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Yeah, that's right. The digital route for us 4 will be 8s, so we'd have to add ace to make 9, right? Unless we bring ace 2, we'll be stuck. Well, then what about someone's gonna have to stay behind? Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's try and find another way, okay? Way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You do know only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. You're right. That is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lowe's could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lowe's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment? Well, is there possible to make 2 groups that end in 9? Then one goes through, and once they leave, the others go through. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy, and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turn to June. Let's just focus on finding Snakers now, okay? Yeah, you're right. We'll think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? We gotta go to the hall with all the rooms. That's the only place we have to go. That is theoretically where he should be. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace. Hey, Snake, where are you? Answer me if you're there. Junpei paused. What did you want to do? Run to Ace. Oh, hello there. Snake is, well, that's obvious, isn't it? Assume you haven't found me yet either. Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone. Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can for Clover's sake. Right. June's face looked kind of enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings? Ah, why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke. I guess, you know, now you mention they don't. Now you mention it? Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare. Different mother, you know, that type of thing. Junpei wasn't sure why or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well, let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me. Alright. Let's go, Junpei. June's urging, they left. Where could Snake be? Let's check the first class cabins again. I guess we'll head back to the large hospital room. Maybe he turned up. Finish searching. No idea where he was. Lois looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake wherever he is. It's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There's no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke. We don't get a choice. Lotus is right. We're not going to find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's going to go through which door. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. What if Snake just went through the blank door? Why don't we decide on one person? Whoa! Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You all figured out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. We'll be split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, and 3 people will be left behind. We'll be split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, and 2 people will be left behind. We're split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind. Uh-oh. Not sure. Maybe we do need to find Snake. On the numbers, let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over? That'd be 3, 7, 8. There's room for that? There's 9. Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? There's 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. Doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Do we trust her? Who do we sacrifice? Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, logically and morally the best solution. That's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? To just sacrifice someone like that? And what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1. That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone. I told you that's impossible. Wake up. Whoa, whoa, calm down, you two. Santa stepped between Lotus and June. Look what Lotus is trying to say. What Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. All right, Lotus. We'll send you out. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. Alright, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7. I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die. I'm glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus' proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Does that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Let's start a vote, too. That won't be necessary. I guess I better spoke for Lotus's entire speech. There's only one combo. There's only one person that doesn't work. I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes? Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything. June's voice shook and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. No, that's the only way for the math to work out. June, I'm afraid she may have misunderstood me. I said what I would say, but I never said I would sacrifice myself. Huh? I trust you, each and every one of you. Believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. We go through them. You won't be able to return, correct? Yeah. True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship. What? Please, I beg you, once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we going to find someone to come and rescue you? Then perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you'd be willing to leave June behind? Ace's voice is dignified without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal. You see, there's no other choice. And I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly. Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer, then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own. Good, I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days. The man's only like 30. As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once. You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now. 7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Junpei? Say something. Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own. She spun around and ran towards Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace, please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half, like a boxer out cold. Ace! June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up. He died of old age. What happened, Ace? Say something. She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open. I'm all right. His voice was weak and slightly slurred. How are you fine? This... He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. And it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There's a label attached to the side of the container. It read, vtuberEN beta. vtuberEN beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. Did you use this? Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine. Anesthetic? I found it earlier, while we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself. Why did you do this? Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired. Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace! Is there something you want to say? I'd just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down? No. Don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep. You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream. Ace's eyelids drooped further and further. Shit, this is making me tired. Almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right? She wasn't feeling any remorse. Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. It felt wrong, but he had to agree. And suddenly, Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door. Ah, yes. Yes, that's true. Well, enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want? I'll take 7. Can't get along with that old lady. What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand at the cookie jar. Ugh! You're gonna get it next time. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Which door do you want? At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. to door... Let's go with door 8. I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, 8 it is. We need to keep a close eye on Lotus, okay? Alright then, let's... That means June's gotta go through 7. What? Why? What? It's math, idiot, muttered angrily to himself and finally began to explain it. The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There's only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through 7 with 3, 5, 8. And go through 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through 7 with 4, 5, 7. Go through 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through 7 with 3, 6, 7. Go through 8 with 4, 5, 8. We're going with Plan C, and that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You know, I'm gonna make a save. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up the corner of his upper eyes. No, you're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Come on, you're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. Yeah, he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. We got split up, but only for a while. It's just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. I mean, they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably? She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it down. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not going to end this game until we get through the 9 door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them and, with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Oh, you guys are done, right? The instruction continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. Figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move! At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Yeah. Yes. Then shall we go? The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. 81 seconds left. Hurry. Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Alright, we live. Whew. It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps. Pointless. She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she is not very popular with the boys. Her sarcasm seemed a little bit more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Over the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. A laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place. Me either, but there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Junpei. Huh? Please, you first. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Gah. Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. Here we are! His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of the room, is that a robot? No, it's a mannequin. A quarter circle of mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing is going to suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If you press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn, somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and as kindly as he could spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet. What, I can't be quiet if I want to? Well, I mean, of course you can, I just... Okay then, I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment. And suddenly... Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed. My brother's not the kind of person who just leave me behind. Something happened to him. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus jolted from her mannequin. Nightmares by Clover's voice turned toward them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone. Finished. She turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover! Hold on! He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis sealing vtuberEN. Well, what the heck? What's going on here? Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on! I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Ah! Urgh. Damn it, it's not moving. But wait! Are you just gonna give up just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's got to be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Just what I was thinking. Now all we got to do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here, Clover. You're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh yeah, I'm on it. Seek a way out. Junpei, do something, please. Clover, there's a door back there, isn't there? Wait, right there. I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked! I can't get it to move. The window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Silver handrail. Whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. What if there's anything important in there? Some peroxide or something? Ethanol. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for anti-sepsis. Well, it says anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Thanks. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. It's a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oh, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse. That's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't going to do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. There could be a mainframe down below. The mouse. The keyboard. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. It's a cardboard box. There's some papers and stuff in it. What's in the box? Looks like it's quite full. But I can tell it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. But it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. This is a keyhole. Looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Yeah, it looks like an old Cold War era computer terminal. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. Mash the keyboard. This is a really old type of keyboard. There are 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. Yep, that's a power cable. 3-prong power cable. Let's go put it in the monitor. Doesn't have a power cable. So one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor. And the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Now let's just slip you in. Huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? The cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Oh, I knew it couldn't be that easy. Looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. No dice. Won't open. Yeah, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of this room quite that easily. This looks like the control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. Hey, Clover! There's a door over here, too. Wait! I'll be right there. Here, over there. Is this door gonna... Is there space underneath you can pass us stuff? Damn it. I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. Can't even move the knob. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. I guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. Okay, well, the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal thingies. What does that mean? That's it! Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? Oh, yeah, we can go through the grate on the right. And back down she goes. Alright. Unplugged. I'll hand it to you at the bars, okay? Here. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Put the 2-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. There we go. Oh, we're doing cabling tech. Alright, I got the 2-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. Ugh. I don't think anything's going to happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. Never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor. Soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working? So it would seem. Isn't that kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just the keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So why is it working? Maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this is a reasonable explanation to Lotus. A wireless display? Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? You most certainly had not, but is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. Where the heck did you work? Password? It looks like we need to enter a password. Again, there must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do? I'll see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lois pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. God, that chest is insane. Okay, for a second she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left then right. Alright, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. So is she a computer scientist or something? Why is she wearing this outfit? Then before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed. The click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire. Is the lore gonna be like... She got abducted at an anime convention? and this is her cosplay. That's going to be my canon here for why she looks like this. She's a hacker woman, computer scientist. Computer scientists are anime nerds and furries. She was at a convention, and this was her cosplay, and then she got abducted. Okay, there we go. What? Junpei was for once at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't. Lotus grinned, pleased with herself. Well, at any rate, that was pretty amazing. Did you fall for me again? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean? Again? I'm not into you. I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy. I'm not being stubborn, I'm not shy, and I'm not a boy. I'm a young, healthy, 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you. Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room, or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped and her shoulders stiffened. Old lady? Did you just say, old lady? Aw, crap, thought Junpei. I went too far. Oh well, it was a nice life while it lasted. I've had enough of you. Come somewhere else. You're bothering me. What? Go see if you can find a password in or something. I'll try and open this from here. You're distracting me. Go. Now. That's all. Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted. Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and inoffensively as he could. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Unfortunately, he found no clues whatsoever. Nothing. Well, it has to be on the other side of the glass, dummy. He asked Clover if there was anything useful in the lavatory, but the answer was no. Damn, he thought, looks like we've hit a dead end this time. But just as he's about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing. All right, bullseye. Junpei, I did it. Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor. He hurried back to find Lotus looking rather smug. She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone, and its place was something entirely different. 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. That looks like the lockers. What is that? I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password. You think it's a puzzle? It certainly looks like one. As she spoke, Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See, the keyboard. Nothing. So there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, all right? I did my part. He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself, he'd rely on no one else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Oh, do I gotta hit them all green? Oh, I think I gotta get them all green, yeah. Okay, so, the 4th touches your end. I need to figure out how to optimize, because if I get them all off, the solution is relatively straightforward, but it needs more than 4 moves, so I need to find a different way. Yeah, so I need... Okay, no, it should be... There. Alright. How to get it symmetrical. Alright. I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where'd it come from? The safes. Puzzle Master Kiara. At it again. Nothing can stop me. Look, Junpei, the lights on the lockers are green. We must have locked it with a computer puzzle. And what is inside? There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole in a door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, you probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright, the Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key... Oh, I have one of these. Yeah, it's like a lock cable key, but yeah, activation key. Okay. Let's go turn on the computer. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute? He put the puzzle aside for a moment and walked over to Clover. What's up? Well, never mind. Hey, hold on a minute. What does... Sorry. Just forget about it. It's nothing. Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs. What the hell was that? After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. Alright, let's go to the computer. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor's on now, and it's full of letters. Showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. I don't like the sound of this. The only thing about the room that's changed is that the lever is down now. Not very impressive. Various pieces of equipment, some of them might be useful. Talking about this keyboard isn't doing squat. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. It's a rack! There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables and I can see the wires inside. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pin lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if you only use the pin on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pin. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is a permanent marker. Here, you know how to erase ink? Oh, I have the thing just for you. Guess it's transfer water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. Junpei, thank you so much for everything. Whoa, what's this all about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Okay, we'll talk about this when we get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. Yay! I think it's the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Ah, kidding. Just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Yep. When I made a really thick glass, doesn't matter what I hit it with. Yeah, might as well be made of steel. Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. Wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Did you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Roger. I do not have Kiawa butts. Maybe eventually. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. I've seen something like this before. The grid divided into 9 cells with 4 numbers. Maybe this is a hint for the computer puzzle. Are you gonna need this? Yeah, maybe. I'll take it, just in case. New material has been added to the file screen. Let's read it. Alright, I don't know what this means yet. Woo. Maybe some fancy Sudoku. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, it's because we activated the power over on this side. Did you like play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Wonder what they washed here. There's weird colored stains all over the sink. You. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. Something's sticking out of the mannequin's head like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? I shall have quiet now. They're doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. Ah, Quark, thanks for the raid. Hello, friends. My name's Kiara. We're playing 999 for the first time. I know nothing about this game other than what I've been playing the last 6 hours. So don't tell me anything. Oh, hi, Digi. Digi, Gamma has me penciled in for a car wash. Okay. I'll see you there. Yeah, a lot of people are big fans of this game. I'm enjoying it so far. Let's see, can I do anything? Don't need the computer anymore? Okay. So we got a note, but I don't know what to do with the numbers right now. Yeah, machine's on. There are 9 doors, there's 9 people, and 9 windows. Okay, I'm missing something. This looks like the control for some kind of electric lock. The red light is on. It's gotta be locked. There's green light just below it. Although that one isn't lit. Maybe it'll turn on if we can unlock it, right? Yeah, but how are we gonna unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Yeah, we are playing on an actual Nintendo 3DS. So I think it's pretty neat. 9 hours, so we were nearly done, yeah. As the game's going quick, if there's no twisty turnies. Praying for water. It hasn't been used in a long time. So it's completely dried up. Got the screw loose from the table already. Is there anything else in here? Maybe increase the voltage? Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover. Oh shit. What? I think, oh my god! The mannequins. Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. Shit. God, what the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. The emergency system would be activated. Does that mean we get out? Evacuate the room immediately. Yo, the door went. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now I can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close the door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? Ah, classic. You know, we save you. I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. The green light's lit. It's gotta be unlocked now. You found it! Easy game for babies. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon they had tried all the doors but one. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There's no doubt the voice... Is this Snake? Junpei! Oh! It's June. There at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and Seven. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey! What are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said sea deck in the upper left corner. Most likely, they assumed it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact, hey, isn't that what I said? Until we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. So I'm guessing the 3 door would have also gone. Yeah, all the doors would have gone there. But the door that was not marked just goes straight to the hallway. So can we just open the door that was not marked from this side and get our boy back? Right? Like the door immediately below the blue. Can we just open that? One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior out the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. Okay, this goes back to the hospital room. Sano stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? Gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. Yeah, the tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. 7 smiled. Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. The key? Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here. Someone tossed something small and metallic towards Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. Now that's Jupiter. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. Had to be the Jupiter symbol. I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright? Yeah, got it. Junpei tucked the new key into his pocket. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. The Jupiter key, which 7 had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right? Yeah. The map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. But next to the stairs... Wait. They're the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3? Look. You saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door, but what if there's a key in there? There is a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3. Clover nodded once. I don't think so. The next person to speak was Ace. Very well. I'll be coming with you then. Have a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. Yep. It looked like 7 was doing them too. Last he gave up. Damn, well I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm gonna go with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. So it's decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. Okay, we're heading out. Be careful. Whoa, I didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door. The truth comes out. 7 nodded as if the answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red. Good luck, team. Okay, let's go. The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. For exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. They're at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei. Open it, if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. Nice sharp clip. He felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Yo, hi Revan. Good morning, thanks for the raid. Hope the seed went well. Inside was exactly what he expected to see for the map of the ship's interior. Far from it. Yeah, you always make cursed seeds. They're in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning. Well, the ship had 2 staircases. Are we on the other side? You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking if there's any reason we can't come back here. Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This is not the same staircase. Oh, the Saturn key card for the elevator. And the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there's a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there's a card. Alright, good night, Revan. Yeah, it's been good. This game's great. A deck on the door to the left. There's a keyhole with an Earth symbol on it, I think. So 2 keys that Junpei has should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh? Yes. Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Chat, type 1 if you're having a good night. Over here on the KRTV channel. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Type 9 if you're having a good time. There we go. Sounds good. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there's a card reader bolted on the wall next to the left elevator. Line up the Saturn key card and swipe it through the reader. Line on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. Alright, now how do I call the elevator? Press the button. There's a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside down triangle, universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. Didn't have much of a choice. Alright, good night. It opens. Look, Junpei. Jun's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at Jun and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait. What? I'm not really... I just... Oh, gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? Jun was probably afraid of... They could only go down. She's afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hasn't seen elevators at the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. No, only Snake is missing. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This spitter came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There's a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened. Exactly. Yes. So take a look inside. Is it wet? It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. You're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. She put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There are only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Smart! Smart! A few months later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to Jun and pressed the elevator button again. A few months later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. Jun, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft of the E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. I see. Very nice drawing. So is this why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from all filling with water? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back to his pocket. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave Jun's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. I think we're gonna find more numbered doors down here. Jun looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly... I'm coming with you. Huh? At the last possible moment, Jun dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut. He and Jun were in the elevator. It was headed down to E deck. Wonderful, wonderful. Beautiful. He was so surprised by Jun that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E deck. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. I think the E deck is like the maintenance deck. Or where all the crew shit is. I don't think it's used for staterooms. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. Jun's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then... Huh? Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? There's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks? We thought about that for a moment. We'd probably die. Oh no, just don't be so casual about something like that. At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay. Good idea. Junpei glanced around the room and found themselves in. First thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there. Right. Then perhaps, in the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and struck his head around the corner. It's a 6. That door at the end of the hallway. There's something written on it. Okay, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back. Yes. Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck. On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E deck. Huh? So you guys found door 1? They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. But apparently there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there's a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6 door was there, right? Yes. And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. Would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. That does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself and Santa cracked a stiff neck, stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Well, let's see, the 3 of us are 8, 6, and 5. Maybe 19, 10, 1. Yeah, so we only have enough to go through the 1 door. Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? Yeah, there's the math. Just kidding. Oh. Woo. Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. I wonder where the other shoe is going to drop in this game. So far it's been fairly straightforward. You know, we got some crazy guy put us on a boat. I think we're in some controlled environments, not actually on a boat. Like, it's probably like a set that they could lower into water or something, have control over where the water comes in, you know. And then, like, we've been going through the games and going through, and they're playing around with us. It's James Cameron. He did it. Hey, where the hell did you guys go? It was 7. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. This is the gigantic. Wait, what happened? What the hell kind of question is that? Your name's James Cameron? the director of Terminator 2 and Titanic and Terminator and Aliens and the Avatar series? That guy? True Lies, The Abyss? His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained. Snake is... 7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is dead. What? We got James Cameron in the chat. This is great. Yeah. He died just as the 9th man did. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heart beat quicken and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June and Santa Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place. Their faces wide. Oh my god, that's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait! Does James Cameron play Subnautica? Probably. There's a game, yeah. I can't believe that director of Titanic is a fan of me. Yeah. They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Where is he? The shower room, on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open. We can get in without going through the numbered door, right? Yeah, that's right. Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been open when they'd been through before. But now, just as 7 had said, there's a broom stuck between the door and the frame keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside it. Well, I'm your voice actor. It's me. Ugh, it smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Look, this is why I think these deaths are not real. I'm not buying it because bodies don't stink immediately. They don't blow up and then they stink. I think that's part of the theater that they're putting on to make you think that they're dying. You know, they have these labs and all this shit. They're dummies, right? Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. I'm not convinced any of them are dead. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belongs. LR. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hid behind a divider. June, you should stay here. But please, just do me a favor, okay? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole. Turned and walked toward the end of the divider. Felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. Now, I wonder how long it's going to be before I have to blow into the 3DS. You know, all those games where it's like, there's a microphone, blow into it. Yeah. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew, in that instant, that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great Red Sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had spattered against the wall and became stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat and had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it. Just like Ace said. This is a very graphic description. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way. His left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. I don't even know what an ulna is. What if these are all fake and there's actually no bombs in them? Like, maybe it's like, hey, we spent all the money on this big, huge set, right? We didn't have enough money to buy explosives, so we came up with this strategy to scare them off so they believe it. That's why we had the demonstrator go in. He's alive. I'm calling it. They're both alive. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks, they were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard a catch in her throat. I haven't run into anything I could die. I don't think they're dead. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room for nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room, with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued. I mean, he had no way to get over there himself, right? It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. And then shoved him into it alone. Wait, I thought he was number 3. I waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonators only deactivated if everybody was authenticated when they went in and used the dead. And 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? So you're saying 2 people among us were killers? Hi there. You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. You wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Oh, this is a diversion. This is to get us to not trust each other. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? We all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. That means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we've been assigned looking for those parts. Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer. Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Well, it'd be whoever makes the number 3, right? So would we have just found him if we went into door number 3? Because I had a choice to go to door 3, 7, or 8. Well, not just one of us. Maybe he would end up somewhere else. Yeah. See that? Okay, so this is another thing. Like, if I chose door 3, and he ended up in door 7, or I chose door 3 and he ended up in door 8, or something, then the people who did it would be different. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I think this is misdirection. What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants you. Wants you to know. What Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner. Those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. You're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other? Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another, form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. And does that mean the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? No, I don't think so. He wasn't sure. Zero wouldn't have us do the... Yeah. Kiara, if we were in a notary game, you trust me, right? Chris, I would trust you. I don't think you would be the type of person to kill me and sacrifice me for your survival. I feel we would go down the ship together, or we would escape together. We'd make it happen. And if an honorable sacrifice had to be made of our own choice, we would be fighting each other to do it. No, I'm town. I'm definitely town. I'm always town. And what's that? How could we be so sure that Zero's on this ship? Ace's eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious? Obvious? How so? This ship. Huh? Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us. I am Zero, the captain of this ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. As you know, it's probably this ship has begun to sink. If you weren't here, he wouldn't say it. I mean, that could easily be just him just bullshitting, right? He'd be saying something like that ship, or this is a stretch. This is a little bit of a stretch. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. What is that in Japanese? Ano shippu. Ano fune. It'd be ano fune or kono fune. If he's talking about like this as he's on, it's like kono fune would be this ship. Kono fune. I'm not sure if like a big ocean liner has a different word for ship, but fune is like the general for like all types of ships. Is there where like there'd be like I'm on this ship? It'd be yeah, kono fune ni itemasu. I'm on this ship. Or kono fune ni imasu. Still, he was left with a question. It was one of no small importance. Zero's on this ship. Where is he? Suddenly, everyone very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Zero's one of us. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. Moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She shook to the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. Ah! Da, 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 da. This is what I said instantly. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei? That's crazy! Yeah. That's crazy. Isn't this ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive. Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell. You don't believe me. Her eyes were so sorrowful. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei has met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong. But perhaps the way you said it had been. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought I should apologize. But before that apology could begin. Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel like you can trust any of us. Well, if we were to assume one of us is Zero, which I do think that's true. Who would it be? Touch the code area on the bottom screen to display in large version of the same room map. Okay. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. I was like, okay, I thought I had to do that. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more you distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero is the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. You could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. And then the horrible silence. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now. It's important. We trust no one. We trust one another, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something. Somewhere else very far away. We must go. We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat bolted to the water near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between 2 elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. 7 had given him the card. I found when we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reasoning behind that they had been to the E-deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. There are only 2 floor buttons they could push. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator and went to the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. A 2! This is a numbered door. It's the 8th one we found. There are 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. There are doors 4 and 5. There are 3 more numbered doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. There was a 6 on the door on E deck. A 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now, door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing it meant. Do you think the next door we find? I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There's something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. So, thinking about it, if it's true that Zero is one of the people on the ship, I feel there's only one person it could be. I think it has to be June. Or Kane. Because at the start of the game, everybody is together except her. Yeah, well, everybody is together except her when the address happens at the beginning. She's the last one to the party. She comes down later. So she don't be, assuming it wasn't a pre-recorded thing. She would be the only one with an opportunity to like go to a radio and do something. I don't think it would be Ace because at least in the flashbacks showing the abductions, yeah, you have to accept the premise that someone here is Zero. But I've been suspicious of that since the start. I think I said that like instantly. It was like, oh, Zero's among us somewhere. One of them. Yeah. So assuming that's true, I think it could only be her. What if? Okay. What if I am Zero? Yeah. What if I gave myself amnesia? No, I don't think Junpei. I don't think Junpei is Zero. I mean, would it even make sense? Let's see. Like, if yeah, in the flashbacks, the person who was portrayed as Zero in the mask was someone like not the tallest, right? So, you know, it wouldn't be Snake, it wouldn't be Ace, it would not be 7. I mean, it could be. I mean, we'll find out. This is gonna be. I mean, the game's implying this as a certainty. I'm just having fun here and working it out. Where if these statements were true, who would it be? You know. It would also kind of explain why Junpei is there if they're childhood friends. And then she probably has connections. I could explain that connection. Oh, we'll see. We'll continue playing. There are 7 of them all told. They are written on paper, pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. To kill a child... I mean, maybe she's using this as an opportunity to get in his pants, you know? Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed the voting system. And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. I don't know. We'll continue playing the game. World's most involved hookup, yeah. The game is anime. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have the time for that, sorry. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper. Clover wants 1. Lotus wants 2. And 7 also wants 2. Eh? Ooh, wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man. No, there'd be no points in the voting. Also, she looks tall. Like, taller than Junpei. So, yeah. I don't know. Based on what we know, assuming it is one of these 8 people, assuming the 9th guy is actually dead, which, who knows? Yeah, I think it can only be her. But, just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes. Barely. So, last I checked, that's not a crime. And my theory for her is still she got abducted at an anime convention and she was cosplaying. Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin. Ugh. I'm going to kill you. She doesn't even look old. Like, come on. King Shame in 2009 is an EDM festival? Yeah. I'm going to kill you. Oh, they're fighting. Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her. Junpei, read the rest. Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculation in his head. People who requested door 1, Ace and Clover. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People who requested door 2, 7 and Lotus. This is the door on the bottom deck. It could be reached by taking the elevator on the bottom of the ship. People who requested door 6, Santa and June. This is the door on E deck. It could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. So does the 5 go with everybody? It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Last one is mine. I want to go through... Alright. Well, June is on the top of the suspect list, so let's keep a close eye on her. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read, Junpei, door 6. And of course it did. He'd written it, after all. That's a problem. June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she said. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want. Clover and I chose door 1. Lotus and I chose door 2. That's not enough people to open a numbered door. However, the digital routes don't match up either. We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. But our digital route is 5. If we're going to open that door, we need a 1. Damn. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do? He crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence. Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1? With me. Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19, 1 plus 9 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Hayes spoke up. What about me? Is that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1? You mean I should join Santa's team? Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Yeah, the mini sounds are good. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so, I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door. No one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution. 7? Lotus? What do you guys think? I don't have a problem with it. Me neither. Alright then, we're good to go. How much am I missing? I wonder. I'm very curious how much these door choices are going to impact things. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one. All right, let's go. Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. Oh, here's a twist. What if 0 is also a victim who has to play the role because someone else is pulling the strings? The door opened, and all at once the 4 of them leapt through it. Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled the experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He hoped to be free of the ridiculous game long before that happened. All right, let's go. That attempt at good humor. Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door. It was a heavy thing made of iron, and more than a little threatening. He took hold of the bar that served as his doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Yo, is this the boiler room? It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents or wood or tile you'd seen in the rest of the ship. The room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous. Whoa, what the hell is this? Sam got a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, and yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across, and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the center of that gargantuan room stood a massive, rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was impressive. Junpei could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. Alright, let's head downstairs. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. They moved around towards the opposite side of the massive building following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up. This looks to be the steam engine room. Yeah, it's the boiler room, the steam engine room. Yes, the thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. Same thing that drives the steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger. You know, it does tank. You're right. Yeah, I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling. I also want to keep playing. Like, I know it's late, but like, I want to see where this goes. Like, I probably need to find a good stopping point at some point. I doubt I'm gonna clear this in one sitting. Like, I need to figure out when to stop. Suddenly, maybe we get through this door and we pause. Juby heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her, shoulders to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. Is your fever coming back? Yes. Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need a rest and I'll be fine. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it and drew a ragged breath. I feel like I'm playing Star Fox, and you got 2 plants to pick from, then you got 3 plants to pick from, then you got 3 plants to pick from, and yeah. Her eyes were empty as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of their situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Seek a way out. All right. I say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. Probably comes from over there. Then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So the conveyor belt was moving. Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Oh, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots, terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps? Do you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. So this is where you put coal into the furnace? That's right. I had a look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you should check the other side. The gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. But I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Conveyor belt runs to a sort of attached arched tunnel. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Fortunately, it's empty. Huge bronze gear. Okay, so we got a silver, bronze, and gold gear. Yeah. You think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's got to be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have gotten your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Let's head upstairs. 3 sliders on the left are down, but the 1 is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect they are meant to do something rather specific with them. Juniper, why don't you move that slider down? There's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. Saying if you did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? I suppose that's one way of putting it. Oh, it won't budge? Okay. These 2 columns are different from the others. Lights are red. Out of the doors on the furnace, or an A on it, there's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Should put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Boy, this room is massive. The catwalk. Well, anyway, it looks like that pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. And coal must come out of this pipe on the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. All the boxes. Looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. It means the wheel isn't attached. Okay, so we need to find a wheel. More boxes. Let's go through A door. Yes, there's C door. There's several catwalks spidering across the walls of the room. Bunch of stuff in our way. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? The only thing in there is a closed numbered door. Kind of pointless to go back, huh? Yeah, it sure is. One of the doors on the furnace. There's a B on it. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird, I don't feel any resistance. Yeah. Aw, shit. Alright, we got a wheel. Okay, so now we can take it to the other spot. Good job, genius, you broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Let's go back to the other door. Through that door, and then I think it was through C, right? Hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Yeah, it's perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see, the wooden box is under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? Looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. All right, I'll turn the wheel. Huh, what's this? What happened? The wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left? That means you can't reel up that rope. Yeah, you can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that'll be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat. I did not notice what this thing was holding, but it's an important box. I believe the box has reached the floor. Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt, near where June had collapsed. Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall, as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body. Maybe she's got a terminal illness and then wanted to make her last moments exciting by bringing everybody in here. I don't know. I definitely don't think it's any of the big guys, Ace or 7. She doesn't seem to be improving. Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they'd all been thinking. Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true. What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps? Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. Sam's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know. So you're saying we're abnormal? Yeah. We're just running around this room solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying? Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know? They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Go in A. Control panel for something. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel. Ah, I see. It's got 3 slots on it. Alright. Very good. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. Here you go. Dude, you did it! Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And oh yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh. What's that? What happened? Shoot, look, the conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt to that wooden box, where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Alright, we got a box of coal. Woo. Okay, I can't do anything else with this. Alright. So with the coal, we're probably gonna burn that later, I imagine. Alright, let's head this direction. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace! Some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. Well, we probably want them, right? If we're gonna be counterweighting. But oh, excuse me. What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. Yeah, that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I'd imagine so. We gotta go put the coal in. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. I think this is... yes. Looks like the exit. Looks like this door slides up to the ceiling. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh man, Chibi, I can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap. That height. That angle. It's perfect. Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here right now. Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. Dude! Are you creeping on Clover? Santa sucks even more. All empty. Okay. I don't think I have anything for this yet. It's welded shut, won't open. Wait, is this a different direction? Alright, I did not see this area before. Last last of it, no coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, man can dream. Junpei, explain to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else? Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. Drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well, then if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it. Much faster. I want to help too. I totally even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, Jan. I think you better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. The work of a man right here. I'm so manly. Man, that's a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. How are we gonna light it? Do we throw out the box of matches? There's only one match in it from earlier. Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Yeah, I know about the other side. I wanted to look more closely at this other stuff. Oh my god, I'm getting so turned around in this. Okay, Is this? I think it might be. Probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means that if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning onto the boiler here. Oh! Look at that. There's circles. The gears. They're spinning. What are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Gold disc. Silver bronze disc. Silver disc. Silver disc has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? Red ones, huh? The gold disc. It has a number of lines engraved on it. I can make out 3 colors here, red, blue, and black. I wonder what they mean. The bronze disc has a bunch of lines on it in 3 different colors, red, blue, and black. Is this going to be a color blindness nightmare? Look at this thing unlocks the door. It's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found into this thing. There's only way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is touched, it'll rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is touched, the discs are switched. Please note, when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Puzzle Master Kiara! The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. You found it! Hooray. Yes, the door is open. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement. Alright, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on this door. Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again. Well, I suppose that's true. Should all 3 of us go and collect June then? Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it. He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So you are only interested in being contrary? They sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent. Alright, I'll go get June. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt in June. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there's no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're all right? He had to be sure. June gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Junpei. Oops. I mean warrior. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go. Go where? Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great. Let's go. June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. As they walked back toward the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. This is a good art angle. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. It's a photo. It's my sister. Sister? Santa, you got a sister? Santa simply nodded. Yeah. Kid was as cute as a button. June cocked her head confused. She was only about an inch tall then? Santa glared at her. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch? Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was her Santa Claus. The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head, and she didn't know either. Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago there were two Santas. One of them wore whites, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa. Oh my god. Alright, 2026 context changes this a little bit. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes, and that's why these days his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness playing on her face. He continued, I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa? All right, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. Are these names the same in the Japanese version? He shoved the picture back in his pocket. Legit question. Or are they different? Is he still Santa? Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving. Come on. Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Wow, we're in the cargo hold. Is this a warehouse? No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight. There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going. More puzzles! God, I want to keep going, but is anybody awake out there? I want to keep going. I want to keep going. I do. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Card with a headshot. Card with Santa's face printed on it. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. Oh. There's Mr. 9. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't. No! No, I don't. I can see some metal boxes on the other side of the fence. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. Box. There's nothing inside. There are 3 crates here stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah. Just in case. Wait, what's he going to do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw out of fences. Holy shit. It's electric! This. Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. And we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. There's 7. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Yeah, I'm guessing we just put them all in. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. You are number 8. In order of the grades, I'm going to need all 9 cards. Okay. We searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. Alright, there's 5 cards. 6 cards. It's the lid for the crate. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is. However, door leads to the steam engine room. Alright, there's 7 cards. 8 cards. 9 cards. Alright, we did it. Hopefully there's nothing too useful on them. Okay. They finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots in the front of each box. Junpei started with the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them. You know which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah. Of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers on the boxes. So, for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes in box 1. The card with the picture of Snake goes in box 2, and so on. Ah, I see. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. I'll leave the rest to you. Quickly turned and walked away. Strange, Junpei thought. Oh well, whatever. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. This card went to box number 1. Okay, so it's not having us do the exercise. Oh, what if June's wristband is upside down? What if she's actually 9? Okay, never mind. Yeah, you peered inside. Each box was a single pin. Looked like little sewing pins, but much thicker. Jimmy collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. Okay. Interesting. Let's head upstairs. Stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. It's the only door here except for the one we just came in through. This is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits that keyhole. Yep. It's like it's covering something. It looks like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. Who's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, like I know that. There are 6 holes here. It looks like these pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? All right, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Is that saying the 3, the 6, and the 9 are in the right spot? Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, the 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom part. You think maybe it's the digital route? The digital route. 2, 4, 6, 12, yeah. Yeah, why is the 9 on? Welcome to. Yeah, so you put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on top, and the 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. They turned off. 6, 7, 8 is 21. Digital route 21 is 3. There, light 3 turns off. 1, 2, 3, 6. The digital route of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. The digital route for the pins you insert is the same as the number on the lights that are lit. Those lights turn off. Yeah, it looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. Want to give it a try? I mean, you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? No, but I figured we could try and see if we could turn them all on, you know? Yeah. Hi, Charles. Turn on the lights, huh? Here, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes and pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital routes of the pins in the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if the digital route corresponds to a light that is already on, that light will be turned off. The goal is to turn all the lights on. Alright, let's do it. Alright, we could be here a while. So that's 4. Let's try on 4 and 3. Okay, that didn't do anything. Well, now I'm confused. 1, 2, 3 for 6. 5, 6. How am I so good at making them match? Okay. So let's try to do them 4 sets of pairs. Okay. So we got let's get a 2 in there. So we need to make 11. And then for 3 we need to make a 12. For 4 we need to make a 13. For 5 we need to make a 14. For 6 we need to make a 15. For 7 we need to make a 16. We could do a 16. Alright, to get a 3 and a 4 together. Again, the smallest we can make is a 6. Out of a 1, 2, 3. Let's see, what do we need to make an 8? We need minimum, okay, so we can add... Okay, let's make this an 8. And then a 6. Can we make 15? Yeah, we can. Alright, can I make a 3 and a 4 together? They have to be combinations. Let's make the 4 first with the big numbers. So let's put a 9. Like a 9 and like a 4 and a 1. Wait. That'd be 13, 14. No, that'd make a 5. Hang on, a 3. So that'd be a 13. That'd make a 4. Can I make a 12 out of the remaining numbers? Yes, I can. Alright. F. All the lights are on and the shutters opened up. F, is this more hex bullshit? 15? Okay, does that mean? Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. So okay, we got 9 holes and there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there's 9 holes, so you need to insert 9 pins. And that's boring. Why don't you just try it, alright? Alright, hold on. Let me do some math. Alright, hold on, chat. We've got 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 is 45. So that means we can make 3 sets of 15. Alright. We can make 3 sets of 15. And to do that, I think we're going to have to divvy up the 9, 8, 7. 1, 2, 3. That'll make them all 10. Okay, no, that won't work. So they have to have some symmetry. So we know the 9, the 7, and the 8 all have to be separated. right? Then the 6 cannot be with the 9. But everything else can. So the 6 is one of these 4. That should do it. 15, 15, 15. Well, I have to make it match all the directions. Don't I? I'm making a 15 square. I think it's magic square bullshit, yeah. Well, then that forces a couple positions here. So that means the 9, the 8, and the 7 cannot be located on any line together. Which means you have some variation of this. Right? Yeah. Because again, those cannot be located. And then the 6 cannot go with the the 9. Right? As well. So that would mean the 9 cannot be here. Alright. So the 9 can be in one of these 2 spots, but it can't be in this corner because that makes it impossible to place the 6. So if we put a 6 here, that forces this to be a 2. That forces this to be a 4. Forces this to be a 1. That forces this to be a 5. This to be a 3. Puzzle Master Kiara. There we go. All pins inserted, all lights lit. We did it. The power's on now. Looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. I love little... That was basically a Sudoku puzzle. Yeah. I love Sudoku. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. Wait, what the hell is this? Where did you find this? What is that? Where'd you find it? How, when you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, the thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah. That. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there apparently is called the Pushmaster 5000. Oh, are we doing a sliding block puzzle? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whatever, so what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin over on top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're going to get there? Well, there are some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up. Like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. How do we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. With the Pushmaster 5000. It's just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Hey, let's give it a shot. Oh, look. Looks like Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright. I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to the file screen. The monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. Oh god. 50 moves, huh? Also keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move heavy metal crates. Okay? Got it. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is touched, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. All right. Everybody likes these, right? All right, well, immediately off the back, oh, hang on. We cannot move either of these crates down because they get blocked off. So there's only 2 valid opening moves. And I feel this one is, okay, so I know how to get these 2 done. Okay, so we do that, we go over here. Boom. Boom. Okay, I see. So we need to move you over. We need to move you over. You down, you over, you out. You up. Am I gonna be out of moves? Oh, I need to put that one in first so I can push it up. Yeah, I'm out of moves. Okay. Alright, well, I think we start there. We could probably push, let's see. Can we... I do think this is the opener. That's really inefficient. It's like the same path I took last time. No, that won't work. I need to push one box into the middle because I can't from one of the sides. Yeah. Yeah, and the opening move, it has to be this. You have to move both of these. And from here, again, you only have one effective move. So this is what it has to be at the start. I think. I think that has to go 2 over. Let me just play around a bit. Because this is a lot of moves. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I need to reset before I hit 50. Yeah, the 50 move limit makes it hard. So I gotta really think optimally about how I move all this shit. But there's like several dead squares, right? I can't mark them on my screen. Wait, why does it say 0 out of 51 moves? Did it give me more moves? Is the game taking pity on me? Wait, can this move? Okay, can't move 2 boxes at once. All right. Yeah, so the question is, how do I... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm dumb, chat. Okay, I got it. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Hang on. But I think that's another path. Valid path. Yeah, I can't believe it. I gotta do it in 50 moves now. I can't let the game take pity on me. Yeah, see, that locks everything. So I need to move this sucker. Oh, wait, I think I see it. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. Wait, no. I need to. I need to get someone out of the way first. Yeah, see, that locks that one in place. So how do I get you down there? I see. Okay, we need to do this, this. There we go. We got it. I think we did it in under 50. 46 moves. Okay, we didn't take pity. Those are always fun.
No?
Did you know that that could be done in as few as 12 moves, John? Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. Is there a mummy in there? Yeah? I can. They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. Mummy! Just kidding. He smirked hardly at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever, just open it. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted and quickly threw out the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key. And next to the key, a golden revolver. Yeah, revolver. 1911. What if this is a replica? Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. Don't shoot it. Practice good trigger discipline. In his fan, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. 1 for each of you. He'd never seen a real gun or even a real bullet before. He couldn't tell if these were real or not. The barrel was rifled. Nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin. You're not going to take it? Of course not. All something like this is going to do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe Zero put this gun here hoping that something like this might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other. That is something Zero would say, June. If you're not Zero yourself. In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. Okay, we got that figured out, but you aren't going to leave that key in there, are you? Yeah, of course I'm not. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place. The gun back where they had found it. Alright, we got a rusty key. Yay, looks like it's open, Junpei. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes, it's opening. You found it! The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern. Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. We've seen this elevator before. We got off the one on the left just a little while ago. Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room. Yes, and after that, we passed through the cargo room. And now, we're back here. In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. Thank you, Gentrax. Type 1 if you like my voice. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall next to it. A moment passed. Hey, there's that's the same sun motif that's on the keys. The elevator door opened. And shut. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional. What do we do? Should we return to C-Deck? No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first. I agree. Let's go. Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. There's the door or nothing. All right, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, righted himself, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. It's right there! 9. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. His door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt forward with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing but he hadn't expected to open. The red sat on the wall next to the door. The screen read vacant. Do we gotta know what's in there? Finally, they found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel. Junpei! Look! Behind you! He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Was there a second door? Shit! Junpei's voice was barely audible even to himself. He stumbled towards the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small, single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the doors they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. 9. There's no mistaking it. A red sat on the wall next to the door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? That's 10 doors, not 9. It was Santa who answered. There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there's only 1 door with 9 on it. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Of course, we just assumed that there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1? Oh man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Now, the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital route for both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. The digital route, though, yeah. The answer is quite simple. From the very beginning, the nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there's only 1 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Shoot, and now that 2 people are gone, we can't all get out. Well, we actually didn't cause violence to anybody, you know. There were 2 doors, no need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. Well, it didn't play out for you, Zero. None of us backstab each other. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, at least not yet. But if one misstep was made, if the wrong mistakes happened, the stakes would rise, the noose would tighten. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. So what are we going to do, Junpei? Voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future. He needed to figure out what they were going to do next. There are 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and June. Their bracelet numbers were 1, 3, 5, 6. The digital route would be 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open a door with the number 9. What if there are only 3? Could door 9 be opened with 3 of them? Took no time to determine the answer. There's only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital route to 9. 1, 3, 5. That would mean June would have to stay behind. No. We gotta go back. That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed. Yep. I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Are you sure? I don't mind staying. June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears and her legs shook. It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind. Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized, which 3 people could go through the door. Because I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this. Sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta? What? Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis? Oh, right. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. You guys? June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Very well. Best we head back to C deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1. Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There's no way they could be split into teams that could both go through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. But there's nothing else they could do. They would find the other 3 and search for another solution. All right, let's go. Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door. Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? Junpei looked around the room for the first time, noticing the things that weren't doors with 9 on them. A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. And there were 9 benches. The carpet began at the large set of double doors and ran toward the bow toward. Junpei wasn't sure. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin? Coffin? What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like that? But before Junpei had time to answer that question... Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move! Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside. Right. Okay. I'll be right there. Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. There's someone in there. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Junpei found Seven and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy. We've got a problem. Clover's gone. Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus. What do you mean, gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When? Why? You 2 went into door 1 and Clover didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded as best they could. Yeah, we went through the door together, but Clover barely spoke to us. She just did her own thing the whole time. There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She wouldn't let us into the 4th room. She just said, I'll take care of this one. And shut the door. She must have blocked it with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So I kicked down the door and we went into the room. But it was empty. Clover wasn't there. There was a door on the other wall, and it was open. We figured she opened the door and left by herself. Ran after her, of course, but, well, obviously we didn't find her. We figured that much out. Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen? We got here just before you. You certainly have excellent timing. So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase? No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well, then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around. She's not here. No, she isn't. They searched a little longer with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. slowly made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke. Alright, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck. Alright, that sounds good. But, what? Could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone? Huh? Oh, sure, right, I'll do that. There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they were alone, although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children, Canny. 9 years ago, it came naturally, after all. They were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June. Leave it at that. Alright, I'm going then. Yeah, be careful, Canny. June, or perhaps more appropriately, Canny, blushed and smiled. You be careful too, Junpei. Yeah, you got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off to the hallway. God, it feels like a 90s adventure game. The pre-rendered cutscenes in the low resolution. Kind of like a tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin smooth and pale as always. Was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning, she had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then? Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet, or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise, a sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There's heat. Extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. Ugh. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. As he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. Yeah! Ugh! Ugh! He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. What's going on? His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. Two tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer had glanced down at his body. Then without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade, the world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept in the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind and his consciousness. What? There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Bad end? What do you mean I got a bad end? You have reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to save now. Once you've saved, you can restart the game with information. Restart the game? Okay. I got knifed. I got knifed in the back. Yeah. All right, well, maybe this is a good stopping point. If I have to go back into the start of the game. Okay. That was very abrupt. Yeah, that was very abrupt. We'll definitely is begin with memories. What I gotta do. You'll start from the beginning of the game with information from previous playthroughs. We like to overwrite this save data. Is that what I would want to do? Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, thanks for watching part 1 of 999. I'm Dej. I think God, June did it. She's still sus. And I guess we'll have to go and I guess now we know what the question marks are. So there's 6 endings, presumably. Okay. All right. Type 1 if this is the ending you got for your first first run through. I'm curious. Is this like a common one to get? Well, maybe it's spoilers. Yeah. Maybe it's spoilers if you tell me. Yeah. Yeah. I retract my question. I'm not going to answer. Okay. Thanks for watching. Let's end the YouTube. Thanks for watching on YouTube, everybody. Like, comment, subscribe. See ya. All right.